Chapter 654. Land of Bloody Massacre. Nyetian was stunned. In the next moment, he also thought of something, and his expression changed. Nyetian suddenly recalled that True Heart Rain had said that there was a scarlet altar in the land of Bloody Massacre that had the power of rebirth. At that time, Nyetian did not really believe it. He thought that True Heart Rain had exaggerated the power of the scarlet altar. An altar that could reverse life and death? Such a thing did not sound believable at all. However, now that he thought about it, this scarlet altar with the power of rebirth might be true. The scarlet altar was likely a nirvana altar left behind by the ancient phoenix race. Corpse Luo, are you saying that the nirvana's sacred heart is in the scarlet altar that True Heart Rain mentioned? Nyetian asked in horror as he forced himself to calm down. Yes. The Corpse Luo demon monarch nodded heavily and said, an altar with the power of rebirth can only be the nirvana altar. However, the nirvana altar should only be effective for the phoenix race. Why can the people of the land of Bloody Massacre be reborn in the altar? This is very strange. A blazing light flashed in Nyetian's eyes. He muttered with a smile, let's not care about that for now. No matter what, I must obtain the Nirvana's sacred heart in the altar. With the news of the Nirvana's sacred heart, Nyetian was abnormally excited. He did not delay any longer. After bidding farewell to Di Shi, he immediately returned to the Meru spiritual capital. He had to find True Heart Rain first. 3 days later, Nyetian rushed back to the Meru spiritual capital. He did not return to the Gu residence. Instead, he went to the Meru martial dueling grounds. At this moment, the first phase of the elimination round had already ended. The second phase of the hero competition was about to begin. The hero competition had determined the top 160 of the martial gathering. The following battles would determine the victor, making it even crueler. When Nyetian arrived outside the dueling grounds, he saw the list of the top 160 of the martial gathering. To his surprise, he discovered that his name was there as well. What's going on? Nyetian found it strange. He had already left the martial gathering for 6 days. How could his name appear in the top 160? It was baffling. After entering the dueling grounds, Nyetian went to the spectator stands and quickly found Gu Yi and the others. Nyetian's sudden appearance caused Gu Yi and the rest to be extremely surprised and even more delighted. It turned out that after Nyetian left, the Shumi martial meet suddenly changed the rules. Spirit Wheel practitioners would no longer undergo the elimination of points and would directly enter the hero competition. That was why Nyetian's name appeared on the list of the top 160. This news was neither good nor bad for Nyetian. To him, it was not necessary to participate in the Shumi martial meet, but since he could continue to participate, it was also not bad. Nyetian asked Gu Yi, and after ascertaining that Imo Rushi was fine, he felt much more at ease. He then asked, will the patriarchs of the 4 great clans appear today? Up until now, Nyetian had only seen Mo Zhaojing among the 4 great families. He hadn't seen the other 3. Yes, Gu Yi nodded. Just as Gu Yi's words landed, a commotion suddenly broke out in the martial arts arena, and the gazes of the crowd turned towards the sky. In the void, 4 red carpets suddenly appeared, like 4 long snakes connected to the heaven pavilion. Immediately, nearly 100 warriors in black appeared, surrounding the heaven pavilion. Their expressions were solemn, as if they were waiting for someone to appear. After a while, 4 figures appeared at the end of the red carpet. They stepped on the red carpet and slowly walked out. The 4 figures, against the backdrop of the red carpet, looked tall and solemn. The gazes of the entire martial arts arena gathered on the 4 figures at this moment. Needless to say, these 4 people were the patriarchs of the 4 great families. The appearance of the 4 patriarchs caused the entire martial arts arena to boil up. It's the 4 patriarchs. That's right, the 4 people who stand at the peak of the 3,000 small worlds. The 4 great families. Every one of them is the most terrifying force. To be able to appear at the same time, this kind of situation can only appear in the Shumi martial meet. What a terrifying aura. What a terrifying gaze. Just looking at him almost made my mind collapse. As expected of a peak expert, the crowd discussed animatedly, and some even made an expression of worship, as if they were about to go crazy. Do the four patriarchs also appear in such an exaggerated way? Nyetian smiled faintly, raised his head slightly, and his gaze first fell on Mo Zhaojing. At this moment, Mo Zhaojing looked dignified, with a faint smile on his face, looking down at the crowd below. At a certain moment, his gaze fell on Nyetian, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. That is the patriarch of the Qiu family, Qiu Shunfeng, with the strength of the 9th tier of the divine wheel. However, compared to Tang Hao and Mo Zhaojing, he is a bit weaker. Gu Yi, who was at the side, introduced to Nyetian. Nyetian's gaze swept across Qiu Shunfeng, and he nodded slightly. That is the patriarch of the Gu family, Gu Xuan Miao, Gu Yi said, but Nyetian was no longer listening to him. Nyetian's gaze was locked on a 45-year-old man. That person stood shoulder to shoulder with Mo Zhaojing, dressed in white, and his gaze was sharp with a kind of arrogance. However, looking at that person's face, Nyetian muttered, it had been more than 100 years. Although Tang Hao's appearance had long changed, Nyetian could still confirm with a glance that the person in front of him was his disciple from his previous life, Tang Hao. When Nyetian had died, Tang Hao had only been in his teens. More than 100 years had passed, and Tang Hao's face had become somewhat old, but that familiar outline had not changed. Tang Hao, Nyetian's 9th direct disciple, was originally an orphan. When Nyetian met him, he was fighting with a group of beggars for food. The scene at that time was still unforgettable to Nyetian. Tang Hao alone defeated more than 10 beggars in their prime, and he was only 10 years old at that time. Nyetian still remembered the first words he said to Tang Hao at that time. Do you want to eat your fill? Tang Hao nodded, then followed at Nyetian's side. The two were master and disciple, and at the same time also had the affection of father and son. Only at that time Nyetian spent most of his time on the battlefield, and rarely personally taught Tang Hao, and even more did not pass on martial arts to him. He only taught one sword move, Thousandly Sword Will. Nyetian remembered that Tang Hao learned very slowly, and his talent in the way of the sword was really not flattering. From then on, Nyetian decided not to let Tang Hao walk the way of the sword. Because of this, Tang Hao still quarreled with him and did not speak for several days. Recalling these scenes, the corners of Nyetian's mouth unconsciously rose, and the corners of his eyes unconsciously became somewhat moist. Seeing Tang Hao again made him feel as if a lifetime had passed. Everything seemed so unreal, as if the youth from yesterday was still in front of him. Old brother Nya, what did you say just now? Gu Yi heard Nyetian's inexplicable murmur, and clearly heard the latter call out, how causing him to break out in cold sweat, asking in shock. Nothing. Nyetian smiled faintly, and the moist corners of his eyes were dried up by the faint sword will. Gu Yi's expression was startled, his two eyes staring fixedly at Nyetian, and said in a low voice, just now that how was he calling? Oh my God, it can't be Patriarch Tang Hao, right? Nyetian had clearly stared at Tang Hao for a long time, and then called out, how this action almost drove Gu Yi crazy. He thought that this was Nyetian's teasing of Tang Hao. But this teasing, wasn't it too outrageous? If other people knew, Nyetian looked at Tang Hao and called out, how, then that would be too much. The martial artists of the Tang family would definitely tear Nyetian's body into 10,000 pieces and burn his bones to ashes. Chapter 655. On the red carpet high up in the sky, Tang Hao's gaze locked onto Nyetian. When he saw the latter's gaze clearly, his body suddenly trembled as if he had been electrocuted. Brother Tang, what's wrong? Mo Zhaojing noticed Tang Hao's abnormality and asked with a slight frown. Tang Hao's heart trembled violently. He did not hear Mo Zhaojing's voice at all. His gaze still did not leave Nyetian. He was astonished and shocked. Why does this youth give me such a strange feeling? His gaze is so strange. It actually gives me a feeling of déjà vu. Even his entire body's aura is so familiar. He actually, A name appeared in Tang Hao's mind, but he did not dare to associate this name with the youth in front of him. That name, that person, was the person he respected the most in his life. He would not allow anyone to blaspheme him. Even he himself could not associate this person with the youth in front of him, even though their gazes and auras were so similar. Brother Tang. Tang Hao ignored him, which made Mo Zhaojing feel a little strange. He followed Tang Hao's gaze and saw Nye Tian. His gaze immediately turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, "Brother Tang, do you also know Elder Nye Tian?" Mo Zhaojing heard that Tang 13 and Nye Tian were very good friends, but he did not know that Tang Hao had also known Nye Tian. Is the youth called Nye Tian? Tang Hao was shocked, and his body trembled again. He had heard of the name Nye Tian, but he did not pay much attention to it. In the 3,000 small worlds, there were countless people with the same name. It was not surprising. However, when he saw Nye Tian, he was shocked to discover that the latter not only had the same name as the person he respected the most, but even his gaze and aura were so similar. This was too strange. Brother Tang, this is the first time you have seen Elder Nye Tian, right? Mo Zhaojing saw that Tang Hao was so surprised and felt relieved. He said coldly, "Don't be so surprised. This person's strength is not as simple as the third tier of the spirit wheel. Just wait and see. He will surprise you even more." Mo Zhaojing thought that Tang Hao reacted like this because he was surprised by Nye Tian's strength. This was very normal. An 18-year-old with the strength of a third-tier divine wheel was indeed amazing. Tang Hao's brows wrinkled deeply. He had already walked to the edge of near Heaven Pavilion, but his gaze never left Nye Tian. In the arena, Nye Tian was also looking at Tang Hao. After thinking for a long time, he finally resisted and chose not to immediately acknowledge the latter. A moment later, the Meru martial meeting, the heroes competition, officially began. The rules of the heroes competition were simple and crude. The top 160 would fight one-on-one, and the loser would be eliminated. Today would be the last day of the Sumeru martial meet. Since Nye Tian had already arrived, he might as well continue participating. Nye Tian's first opponent, coincidentally, was a martial artist from the Dan Martial Hall. He immediately admitted defeat. After easily winning the first round, Nye Tian observed the other battles from outside the arena. On one of the arenas, a familiar figure attracted his attention. It was Yu Tianjin. After not seeing him for a few days, Nye Tian discovered that Yu Tianjin's strength had actually improved, reaching the third tier of the Divine Wheel. Opposite Yu Tianjin was a martial artist who looked to be in his 30s, but was actually close to 50 years old. Nye Tian actually knew this person. He was the 5th commander of the Dan Martial Hall, Liang Cheng. Liang Cheng's strength was not weak. With the cultivation of a third-tier divine wheel, he was definitely considered an expert. "Please!" Liang Cheng shouted in a deep voice. His body shook, and instantly, a terrifying saber intent soared into the sky. He was actually a saber wielder. Moreover, his realm was not low, and he had already derived saber force. The saber intent was shocking. An incomparably huge, illusory shadow of a saber appeared and enveloped Liang Cheng. It seemed to have the power to split the sky. Liang Cheng took a step forward, and the saber intent on his body became even stronger. The illusory shadow of the saber swayed in the void, and suddenly, a powerful aura surged out, spreading hundreds of meters away. The spectators on the arena felt the terrifying saber intent, and their faces were aghast. Lord Liang Cheng's saber intent is so terrifying. Charcoal Head opposite him is going to suffer. He will definitely be killed by his saber. The gazes of the crowd trembled, and they firmly believed that Liang Cheng could easily defeat Yu Tianjin. The saber intent swept across Yu Tianjin's body. There was no fear in his eyes. Instead, he smiled disdainfully and said coldly, "With this kind of saber intent, you can become the 5th commander of the Elixir Martial Hall. Could it be that the people of the Elixir Martial Hall are all trash? You dare to look down on the Elixir Martial Hall?" Liang Cheng was stunned. He didn't expect the other party to be so arrogant. Provoking the Elixir Martial Hall the moment, he opened his mouth. "So what if I look down on you? Yu Tianjin smiled coldly and said, "Even trash like you can become the commander of the Elixir Martial Hall. I think the Elixir Martial Hall is just SOSO. Arrogant." Liang Cheng was completely infuriated. With a loud roar, the aura of his body skyrocketed, and a huge spirit essence saber appeared. It was his giant spirit true body. Yu Tianjin insulted the Elixir Martial Hall. As the commander of the Elixir Martial Hall, how could Liang Cheng tolerate it? He was going to use the giant spirit true body to kill the other party with one saber strike. The giant spirit true body appeared, and a vigorous saber hum sounded. The saber force soared into the sky, and a terrifying saber intent bloomed instantly. It was like a dragon tumbling in the air, and it suddenly appeared, blasting towards Yu Tianjin. So strong, the hearts of the crowd trembled. Liang Cheng was indeed worthy of being the fifth commander of the Elixir Martial Hall. The might of a single saber strike reverberated 1,000 meters away, causing people's hearts to palpitate. The saber is a useless saber, and the spirit essence is a useless spirit essence. No matter how strong the saber force is, it's useless. Under my devil flow sword, even the strongest saber force is useless. Yu Tianjin laughed arrogantly. A black longsword appeared in his hand. It was the devil flow sword. When the devil flow sword appeared, waves of devil flow and ghost chi were released. Like a dense silk net, it suddenly spread out and enveloped Yu Tianjin's body. In midair, Liang Cheng's saber intent blasted over. But the strange thing was that when the terrifying saber force came into contact with the silk-like devil flow and ghost chi, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, instantly vanishing into nothingness. How is this possible? The sudden scene made Liang Cheng cry out in panic. Devil flow reverse slash. The response to Liang Cheng was a cold, frenzied roar. Yu Tianjin took a step forward, and the devil flow sword whizzed up. Instantly, a strange sword intent gushed out. The thousands of devil flow and ghost chi in the air instantly converged, forming a black sword shadow, and attacked. "Die for me." Yu Tianjin spat out a sentence coldly. As soon as the word "die" fell, the black sword shadow danced like a long snake and shot out like lightning. Instantly, there was a whistling sound in the air. PFFF. In the next moment, there was a slight air-piercing sound, and a smear of blood splattered in the air. Yu Tianjin reached out his hand, and a bloody head appeared in his hand. It was Liang Cheng's head. Liang Cheng's body had lost its head. He raised both of his hands, but he felt his knees and fell on the stage. The headless body twitched a few times, and there was no more movement. "Trash." Yu Tianjin glanced at the corpse on the ground and sneered. He exerted force in his hand and actually crushed the head in his hand. So scary. The crowd's heart suddenly trembled, and their eyes were filled with fear. Chapter 656. When Ye Tian saw the scene on the stage, he clenched his fists and suppressed the anger in his chest. Liang Cheng was from the Dan Martial Hall, which meant that he was from the Alchemist Association. Although Ye Tian had only met him a few times, he had a good impression of him. How could he not be angry when he saw Liang Cheng get killed? Such a strange sword. Ye Tian looked at the devil flow sword in Yu Tianjin's hand and murmured. He could already tell that Yu Tianjin killed Liang Cheng in one move, not because he was stronger than Liang Cheng, nor was it because his sword Dao realm was higher. It was because of the strange devil flow sword in his hand. Earlier, when Ye Tian had exchanged a sword strike with Yu Tianjin had used the demonic flow sword to block his strike. Inside the devil flow sword, other than releasing the strange devil flow and ghost chi, there seemed to be an even more terrifying power hidden in it. This power was very evil and made one's heart palpitate. It seems like I have to use some tricks to kill Yu Tianjin. The corner of Ye Tian's mouth curved up slightly, revealing a smile. Although the devil flow sword was very strange, Ye Tian didn't put it to heart. He had full confidence that he could defeat Yu Tianjin. The scene of Yu Tianjin killing Liang Cheng caused quite a commotion that only calmed down after a long time. Next, The martial gathering continued. Soon, Nietion started the second match. This time, Nietion's opponent was someone familiar, the third commander of the Dan Martial Hall, Taiha. The first time he met Taiha was at the Alchemist Association. Back then, when Nietion killed Ing Rue, Taiha and Taishan worked together to kill Nietion. After that, Nietion asked Elder Yi about Taishan and Taiha's background. When they were in their teens, they were saved by Elder Yi and given a Meng Fanshun by Elder Yi. The latter arranged for them to stay in the Dan Martial Hall, but they eventually became Zhang Tingyian's adopted sons. Nietion had already confirmed that Zhang Tingyin was from the Lin Xian Heaven Pavilion. However, he wasn't sure about the Taishan and Taiha brothers. When they wanted to kill Nietion, they were under Zhang Tingyian's orders. Perhaps they didn't even know Zhang Tingyian's true identity. Nietion and Taiha stepped onto the arena at almost the same time. "It's you." When Taiha saw that the person standing in front of him was actually Nietion, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he calmed down and said coldly, "Elder Nietion, although your identity is honorable, there is no distinction in the arena. I will not show mercy to you." "Very good." Nietion smiled faintly, then frowned slightly and asked abruptly, "Last time you wanted to kill me, it was Zhang Tingyian's idea, right?" Taiha was stunned by the question, but he quickly reacted and explained, "What happened last time was a misunderstanding. I wanted to kill you because you killed Master Ing Rue. Do you think I'll believe that?" Nietion shook his head and smiled. He already had a conclusion in his heart. He said indifferently, "Make your move." Taiha frowned and wanted to say something, but he stopped. Finally, he sighed and cupped his hands, saying, "Elder Nietion, I'm sorry." As soon as he finished speaking, Taiha suddenly took a step forward. His huge body released a terrifying aura. A tyrannical pressure spread out, and the space on the arena tightened. "Your strength is not bad, but it's a pity that you're still too weak in front of me." Nietion's lips curled up slightly, and his aura also surged out. Taiha was a warrior in the third tier of the Divine Wheel. He was more than 2.5 meters tall, and his muscles bulged all over his body. One look, and it was obvious that he was a strength-type warrior. Taiha's strength far surpassed that of an ordinary warrior in the third tier of the Divine Wheel. However, to Nietion, his strength was not worth mentioning. Nietion had awakened the power of 30 billion stars in his body. A casual punch from him had the power of hundreds of dragons. Even Xioshan, who had the dragon blade arm, did not dare to take a punch from Nietion head-on. "Elder Nietion, be careful." Taiha let out a deep roar. His figure flickered, and his speed was extremely fast. He actually left an afterimage in the air. Boom! In the next moment, before he arrived, a terrifying fist aura bloomed fiercely. A fist that was like a small hill smashed down, and a majestic force immediately rushed towards Taiha. The corner of Nietion's mouth curled up. He did not show the slightest bit of fear. He took a step forward and immediately punched out. Since Taiha's strength was the strongest, Nietion would use the power of his fist to defeat him. He used the fist of the Divine War Emperor again. In the air, a terrifying fist shadow suddenly pounced out like a dragon coming out of the abyss. The arena shook, and an ear-splitting whistle immediately sounded in the air. How terrifying! These two are actually using their fists to fight. The crowd's gazes froze, and they were all shocked. Nietion and Taiha were using the purest method to fight. It would definitely be a tragic end. Boom! In the void, the two fists collided with each other, and a crisp sound rang out. Immediately, a heart-wrenching scream was heard. Taiha's figure was directly sent flying. He was still in the air, but one of his arms was completely broken. Blood spurted into the air. He landed heavily on the ground, and a deep pit was formed. Taiha stood up as if he was struck by lightning. He looked closely and saw that half of his arm was dripping with blood. It was completely destroyed. How terrifying! When the crowd saw this, their hearts trembled. Nietion was too strong. It was only a punch, but the power was so strong that it directly destroyed one of Taiha's arms. Nietion stood on the arena. He did not move at all. He looked at Taiha and said, Taiha coldly, Taiha, this punch hurt you because you can't tell right from wrong. I didn't kill you because you don't know the truth. When you go back, think carefully about why you wanted to kill me. Taiha's face was full of anger. He looked at Nietian with a gloomy expression, but he did not say anything. He could feel that Nietian's strength was far above his. If Nietian did not hold back, he would already be a corpse. Nietian's words were obviously hinting at something. Could it be that foster father and elder Zhang Tingyin really have a grudge against each other? Taiha pondered over Zhang Tingyian's words, but he couldn't possibly imagine that Zhang Tingyin was a member of the Ling Xian Heaven Pavilion. Nia Tianling smiled indifferently and said, The person who asked you to kill me is not a good person. You're on your own. When he finished speaking, Nia Tian took a step forward. His figure was already in the air, ready to leave. However, at that very moment, a blood-curdling scream rang out as a black shadow swooped towards Nietian like a hidden weapon. Nietian's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly turned around. The sudden appearance of the figure made his expression stagnate. He waved his hand, and a gentle force caught the figure in the air. It was Taishan. Taishan, Taiha's brother. Dead. Nietian used his divine sense to check. Taishan was already dead. His whole body was badly mutilated as if he had been burnt by fire. MOU. The aura of this flame was clearly emitted by the greedy wolf snake flame spear. A name flashed in Nietian's mind. He suddenly looked up. 100 meters in front of him, a figure stood in the air, holding a flame spear. It was MOU. It was obvious that Taishan was killed in the battle with MOU. The reason why his body flew towards Nietian was MOU's intention. Big brother. Taiha saw the figure in the air and cried bitterly. Chapter 657. Nietian frowned slightly when he sensed MOU's strength. A few days ago, MOU was still at the 3rd tier of the Divine Wheel. Now, he had reached the 9th tier. This speed of improvement was really shocking. Even a beast god elixir could not reach this level. Nietian guessed that MOU must have used some kind of secret technique to improve his strength so quickly. Nietian. MOU stood proudly in the air. His eyes revealed a look of disdain. He released his aura as if to tell everyone that his strength had reached the 9th tier of the Divine Wheel. 6 days ago, the great elder of the Mo family, Mo Xing, had helped MOU reach the 9th tier of the Divine Wheel. And Mo Xing had died because of this. The reason why the Meru Martial Meeting suddenly announced that the Divine Wheel Realm Warriors would directly advance to the hero competition was actually because of MOU. He needed time to stabilize his strength. However, this change in the rules had inadvertently benefited Nietian. What a terrifying aura! The crowd felt the powerful aura from MOU, and their eyes became hot. Compared to 6 days ago, MOU is obviously much stronger. In the Near Heaven Pavilion, Tang Hao, Gu Xuan Miao, and Xiu Shunfeng felt MOU's aura and were stunned at the same time. You three don't have to be surprised. My son MOU had a fortuitous encounter recently, so his strength improved a little faster. Mo Zhaojing saw the reaction of the three and smiled faintly. His eyes flashed with pride. Tang Hao and the other two had complicated expressions. They looked at each other and did not speak. MOU's strength had strangely risen to the 9th tier of the Divine Wheel, which made the other 3 patriarchs feel even more pressure. The other contestants in the arena also felt the pressure, especially Ji Tinghai, Dragon 2, and the others. They felt the terrifying aura from MOU, which made them feel a deep sense of fear. Nietian stared at MOU and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. He had already discovered that although MOU's strength had improved very quickly, it seemed that his foundation had been destroyed. It would be difficult for him to improve further in the future. This was a very high price and a very stupid thing to do. At least, Nietian would not do such a thing. Nietian sighed softly and turned to leave. Now was not the time to kill MOU. He wanted to go, but MOU did not intend to let him go. Nietian, are you ready for the battle between us? A cold voice sounded. MOU's body trembled, and a mighty pressure filled the air, directly pressing down on Nietian. Under the watchful eyes of the public, he actually exerted pressure on Nietion. Mou was really crazy and arrogant enough. Nietion's eyes narrowed, and a surge of sword will soared into the sky. His entire person instantly turned into a sharp sword, sharp and incisive. The void shook violently, and the boundless pressure was directly broken. The two of them were hundreds of meters away from each other, but they had already clashed. Mou had also underestimated Nietion and thought that he could suppress Nietion with his coercion once he reached the pinnacle of the spirit wheel realm. It was a pity that he was too naive. Although Nietion only had the strength of the third tier of the spirit wheel realm, he was full of pride as a swordsman, and the power of the stars was even more powerful. Not to mention the pressure of a ninth-tier spirit wheel warrior. Even a low-level heavenly evolution realm warrior could not defeat Nietion with his imposing manner. Mou, this is a battle of life and death. If you want to die now, I will be happy to accompany you. Nietion smiled coldly. Since the other party was not polite, there was no need for him to suppress himself. If Mou wanted to fight, Nietion would accompany him to the end. With the strength of a ninth-tier spirit wheel, Nietion was not afraid. Very well, you are still as arrogant as ever. Mou smiled coldly, and his whole body was full of killing intent. His figure flickered in the air, and immediately, a black flame swept through the air like a long snake, whizzing out and attacking Nietion. Seeing this scene, the crowd was surprised, and their faces were full of disbelief. Mou actually directly attacked. Nietion frowned, and sword will condensed all over his body. The realm zone formation in his body operated frantically, and endless power of the stars gushed out, perfectly merging with the sword will. He stepped into the air and stabbed out with his sword, and a whistling sound was heard in the air. Proud sword will, star soul sword will, thunderbolt sword will, three kinds of sword will perfectly merged. In the void, a terrible sword shadow appeared, almost with the power to cut through the sky. Black flame, terrible sword shadow. Two forces collided in the void, and a terrible wave was formed, diffusing in all directions. Everyone felt the terrible impact of the wave, and their hearts trembled, and their faces were aghast. The strength of Nietion and Mou was too strong, and the collision caused the void to shake. The turbulent power dissipated in the air, and the two figures stood in the air, not moving at all. This move was just a test, and neither of them had used their full strength. There was a trace of surprise on Nietion's face. The strength of Mou at this time was already strong enough, definitely above Mo Xing that day. But he was only a little stronger than Mo Xing, and compared with Tang Hao and Mo Zhaojing, who were real warriors at the peak of the ninth tier of the Divine Wheel, there was still a big gap. On the other side, Mou's face was not only surprised, but also shocked. Nietion actually easily took a direct blow from him, which was incredible. Nietion, I have to admit that your strength is beyond my expectations, and I am looking forward to our duel, Mou said indifferently, suppressing the shock in his heart. Nietion shook his head slightly, noncommittal. Above the sky pavilion, Tang Hao and the others saw the scene just now and were simply stunned. First of all, they did not expect that Mou would suddenly attack. Second, they did not expect that Nietion would actually easily take Mou's attack. The difference between the third tier of the Divine Wheel and the ninth tier was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was really unexpected that Nietion could resist Mou. At this time, Tang Hao's expression was the most complicated, and the shock in his heart could not be any greater. He was not surprised by the strength of Nietion, but shocked by the aura in the latter sword will. Proud sword will. Suddenly, Tang Hao murmured. In the sword will of Nietion, just now, it clearly contained the aura of the proud sword will. But this was impossible. There was only one person in the world who knew the proud sword style, and that was the person Tang Hao admired the most in his heart. The name, eyes, and aura of the young man in front of him were so similar to that person. At this moment, even the sword will was infinitely close to the proud sword will. Just what was going on? Tang Hao's heart was extremely complicated, and his expression was tangled together. He shook his head foolishly and told himself over and over again that it was impossible. When Mo Zhaojing and the others saw Tang Hao's reaction, they all smiled faintly. Although the strength of Nietian was strong, it was not enough to make Tang Hao so excited and overreact. Nietian looked at Mou coldly and did not want to be entangled. He stepped into the void and directly left the arena. He left not because he was afraid of Mou, but because now was not the time to show his true strength. Mou seriously injured Morushi, who had not woken up yet. Chapter 658. The brief confrontation between Nietian and Mou caused quite a commotion. After a while, the martial arts gathering continued. After 2 rounds of competition, only 40 of the 160 participants were left. In the next match, Nietian encountered a strong opponent, Ji Tinghai. Brother Nia, Ji Tinghai is a terrifying opponent. You must be careful. Gu Yi reminded Nietian with a hint of worry in his eyes. He was not only worried about Ji Tinghai, but also the opponents that Nietian would encounter next, especially Mou. Who would have thought that Mou's strength would actually rise to the 9th tier of the Divine Wheel in just a few days? This kind of strength was already the peak strength of the 3,000 small worlds. Many people were already convinced in their hearts that the champion of this martial arts gathering would definitely be Mou. Nietian nodded with a smile. His body flashed as he stepped into the void and stepped onto the martial arts arena. Ji Tinghai's figure landed almost at the same time as Nietian. The appearance of the two immediately attracted the attention of most people. Ji Tinghai, the #1 evildoer of Su Mi Ling City. Nietian, the red-clothed elder of the Alchemist Guild, a figure who is currently in the limelight. The battle between the two was bound to be spectacular. Nietian, we finally meet. Ji Tinghai stared at Nietian with cold and murderous eyes. The killing intent in his body almost condensed into a substance. The strength that Mou displayed just now left Ji Tinghai in the dust. Ji Tinghai originally thought that the champion of this martial arts gathering would definitely be his. However, the appearance of Nietian and the others made him feel threatened. Furthermore, Mou's advancement to the 9th tier of the Divine Wheel made him completely give up on the idea of fighting for the championship. Although he was conceited, he also knew his own limits. Even if he had a rank 6 spiritual formation on him, it was impossible for him to be Mou's opponent. However, he was not afraid of Nietian. Although he saw that Nietian and Mou did not fall into a disadvantageous position when they exchanged blows, Ji Tinghai thought that Mou's move was just a test and did not use his full strength. After all, Nietian only had the strength of a Tier 3 Divine Wheel. How could he fight against a Tier 5 Divine Wheel practitioner? With such considerations in mind, Ji Tinghai was naturally not afraid of Nietian. The corner of Nietian's mouth slightly raised. He looked at Ji Tinghai with a disdainful gaze and said with a playful smile, "Ji Tinghai, I've said it before. Whether or not you're qualified to be my opponent still needs to be verified. But now I've changed my mind. I feel that you won't even be able to take a single move from me." His words were light, but they were extremely domineering. He couldn't even take a single move. When these words were spoken, Ji Tinghai's pupils slightly constricted, and his eyes released cold anger and killing intent. To think that he, the #1 evildoer of Shumi Spirit Capital, was called trash that couldn't even take one move, how could he not be angry? Everyone's hearts trembled as their gazes focused on Nietian. They all felt that his words were too arrogant. After all, Ji Tinghai was an evildoer-level genius. If he couldn't even take a single move from Yi Futian after 3 years of hard work, wouldn't it be a joke? Nietian, I admit that you're very strong, but aren't you being too arrogant by boasting like this? Ji Tinghai suppressed the anger in his heart. He didn't lose to Nietian's imposing manner with his words, but he secretly became cautious in his heart. Nietian's strength was strange and definitely couldn't be underestimated. Make your move. Nietian didn't waste any more words. Sword intent gushed out from his entire body, and a terrifying aura surged out. The surrounding space of several hundred meters was immediately filled with sword energy. The sword energy surged, and the sword intent whistled. A formless force enveloped the space, directly wrapping Ji Tinghai up. Sword momentum, sword warp, and weft. The surrounding crowd felt the formless power in the space, and their hearts trembled. Some swordsmen recognized the sword warp and cried out in surprise. The sword warp and weft was a unique space derived from sword momentum. In this space, Nietian's strength would be enhanced, while Ji Tinghai's strength would be greatly weakened. Nietian possessed 3 types of sword intent, and each of them was a top-notch sword intent. The 3 types of sword intent surged in the sword warp and weft. The arrogance and violence, the thunder and lightning were vast, and the purity of the stars caused the space of the sword warp and weft to be filled with an unusually terrifying aura. What a powerful sword intent! Ji Tinghai felt his entire body being enveloped by the terrifying sword intent. His body was suppressed, and his face darkened. He had seen countless swordsmen, but Nietian's sword intent was the most terrifying among all the swordsmen he had seen. The surrounding sword intent seemed to contain several types of power, and each type of power had a powerful aura. Ji Tinghai wanted to open up the space of the divine wheel, but his body moved, and his face suddenly became pale. Under the suppression of the 3 sword intents, he actually couldn't open up the space of the divine wheel. Ji Tinghai, my sword warp and weft is even more terrifying than the space of the divine wheel. If you want to break the sword warp and weft, you need to have the strength of the 7th tier of the divine wheel or above. So give up. Nietian smiled coldly, and his cold voice fell into Ji Tinghai's ears. The latter's face was as pale as a sheet, and it was obvious that he was quite frightened. Nietian had the strength of the 3rd tier of the divine wheel, and his space of the divine wheel was indeed not as terrifying as the sword warp and weft. Nietian, you forced me to do this. In the next moment, Ji Tinghai's face suddenly calmed down, and the corners of his mouth curled up sinisterly. His body suddenly shook, and a terrifying power burst out. Immediately, the powerful rune power of the formation surged out, and the invisible spiritual formation forcefully opened up a space. Under the pressure of the 2 types of power, the empty space let out a strange groan, as if it was about to explode. Nietian's eyes narrowed slightly. The power of this formation was extremely powerful, and it was definitely a 6th-rank spiritual formation. No wonder Ji Tinghai was so arrogant. It turned out that he had the support of a 6th-rank spiritual formation. When a 6th-rank spiritual formation completely released its power, it was enough to withstand the attack of a martial artist in the 9th tier of the divine wheel. Unfortunately, Nietian had already taken the initiative, and he would not give Ji Tinghai any chance to resist. Without hesitation, Nietian took a step forward in the empty space, and a terrifying aura pressed over forcefully. A star soul whizzed out from the star soul steel. Ji Tinghai, I will take your life with this move. An ice-cold voice rang out, and the space suddenly became dense. The air seemed to have become moist, and drizzles of rain fell continuously, forming a strange curtain of rain. What a strange technique! Ji Tinghai's heart trembled, and he felt that the curtain of rain was actually filled with a terrifying killing intent. What kind of martial arts technique did Nietian use to actually disregard his 6th-direction spiritual formation? Extreme drizzle kill. Nietian muttered softly, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. The power of the 5th-rank star soul merged with the sword intent in the sword warp and directly turned into incomparably sharp blades. Suddenly, a rain of arrows covered the sky and covered the earth, pressing down on Ji Tinghai. Oh no! Ji Tinghai's pupils suddenly dilated, and his eyes revealed despair. 6th-direction spiritual formation open. The desire to survive in his heart made Ji Tinghai roar one last time. The 6th-direction spiritual formation suddenly blossomed in the air, and the terrifying power of the formation circulated. The runes turned into resplendent rays of light, condensing into a protective formation shield that enveloped Ji Tinghai. Chapter 659. Drizzle of Extreme Death, Rank 5-Star Soul. It possessed a strange, penetrative power. It transformed into a continuous drizzle that carried a terrifying sword intent. It transformed into a formless sharp blade that pierced towards Ji Tinghai. Ji Tinghai realized that the six-direction spirit formation was unable to block the drizzle of extreme death. His eyes narrowed and he raised his arm, wanting to receive it with his palm. However, at this moment, his body was actually directly bound. Not only did the drizzle of extreme death have a penetrative power, it actually had an endless binding power. In an instant, Ji Tingyu was trapped by the drizzle prison and was unable to move. Ji Tinghai felt as if his body had sunk into a swamp. A formless power enveloped him, and his entire body was actually unable to exert any strength. What's going on? The sudden scene caused Ji Tinghai to completely panic. His eyes suddenly widened, and the fear in his eyes intensified. Kill! Nie Tianling indifferently spat out a word like the judgment of the Grim Reaper. Instantly, the terrifying sword intent within the sword of warp and weft condensed in an instant. The brilliance of the sword blossomed in the air, and a terrifying sword image condensed from the sword intent shot out like lightning, drawing an afterimage in the air. No! Ji Tinghai turned pale with fright and howled miserably, but it was already too late. The life-reaping sword image whizzed past, and a layer of blood mist instantly appeared in the air. The blood mist blocked the crowd's vision, causing them to be unable to clearly see what happened. However, Ji Tinghai's miserable howl sounded like a pig being slaughtered. After a short moment, the blood mist dispersed, and Ji Tinghai once again appeared in front of everyone. However, the current him was badly mutilated, and the dripping blood dyed the sky red. Ji Tinghai's entire body was devoid of breath. He only opened his mouth wide, but no one knew what he wanted to say before he died. Sumi Ling City's #1 monster died just like that, and he died a horrible death. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, who would have thought that Ji Tinghai would actually be killed by Nie Tian with one sword? The entire martial arena instantly fell into a deathly silence. After a moment, the deathly silent atmosphere slowly had sound. So terrifying. The crowd's hearts violently trembled. Nie Tian killed Ji Tinghai with one sword. This kind of strength had already exceeded everyone's expectations. At this moment, everyone admitted that Nie Tian was not an ordinary kind of terrifying. Listen to the sea. At this moment, a painful roar sounded. It was the president of the Spirit Array Master Guild, Ji Wuxiu. He couldn't accept the scene in front of him and was on the verge of collapsing. If it wasn't for Yao Feeks supporting him, he wouldn't even be able to stand. Nie Tian didn't pay any attention to Ji Wuxiu. He glanced at Ji Tinghai's corpse and left in a flash. Killing Ji Tinghai wasn't just because this person was arrogant and despotic. It was also one of Nie Tian's methods. He wanted to send a message to everyone present. He had yet to reveal his true strength. It was likely that the current MOU, seeing Nie Tian kill Ji Tinghai with a single sword strike, would also be quite fearful in his heart. In a near-sky pavilion, the four patriarchs were dumbfounded for a long time before they finally reacted. Their eyes were still filled with shock. Nie Tian's drizzle extreme kill, just now, was too strange. It actually ignored a rank 6 spiritual formation. It was simply unreasonable. Patriarch Mo, Elder Nie Tian's strength, is really unimaginable. From what I see, he is really MOU's biggest opponent. Qiu Shenfeng, the patriarch of the Qiu family, said in a deep voice. It was difficult to see the fear on his face. Mo Zhaojing's face was slightly yellow, and he was very embarrassed. He just nodded slightly and turned his gaze to Tang Hao. He laughed strangely and said, "Brother Tang, what do you think of Nie Tian's strength?" Tang Hao had the eyes of the ghost eye. He could definitely see Nie Tian's strength more clearly. At this moment, Tang Hao's expression was somewhat sluggish. The shock in his heart was stronger than anyone else's. Just now, when Tian released the sword's warp, he specially sensed the former sword intent. He was very sure that Tian's sword intent definitely contained the aura of the proud sword intent. But the strange thing was that Tian's sword intent seemed to be more powerful than the proud sword intent. His sword intent seemed to have fused the power of several sword intents. It was abnormally terrifying. This point was simply beyond Tang Hao's imagination. He couldn't believe that in this world, there was actually someone whose sword intent was more powerful than the proud sword intent, and it was not just a little stronger. Even though the master of the proud sword intent was the person Tang Hao admired the most, he also had to admit that Tian's sword intent was more than several times stronger than the proud sword intent. A swordsman with the aura of the proud sword intent. This swordsman had the same name as that person. His eyes and aura were even more similar. If this person was not related to the person in Tang Hao's heart, Tang Hao would absolutely not believe it. It was just that he couldn't guess what the relationship between Tian and the person in his heart was. One was a war god who had fallen a long time ago. The other was a young genius in his prime. What was the relationship between the two? Brother Tang, Mo Zhaojing saw that Tang Hao seemed to be thinking about something and shouted again. Tang Hao reacted. His face reluctantly squeezed out a smile and said, Brother Mo, with all due respect, Elder Tian's strength can only be described with 4 words. What 4 words? Mo Zhaojing and the other 2 clan heads were stunned at the same time and asked in unison. Unfathomable. A sharp glint flashed in Tang Hao's eyes. His expression was solemn, even with a hint of fear. Unfathomable. Mo Zhaojing and the other 2 were speechless. They completely didn't expect that Tang Hao would actually use this word to describe the current Tian. The latter only had the strength of the 3rd tier of the spirit wheel. Was he really worthy of such an evaluation? Tang Hao nodded and gave Tian a deep look. The look in his eyes became complicated again. He just said that Tian's strength was unfathomable, and it was not an exaggeration to scare him. His ghost, I felt an extremely terrifying power from Tian's body. That power made him feel threatened. Tian, who exactly are you? Tang Hao muttered to himself in his heart. Faintly, a guess appeared in his mind, but he didn't dare to face it. The battle between Tian and Ji Tinghai set off a huge uproar in the martial arts arena. No one had expected that the result of this battle would actually be like this. After a long time, the martial meet continued. The 3rd round of competition ended, and the top 20 of the martial meet was decided. The martial artists who were able to enter the top 20 were at least in the 9th tier of true element. The following 4th round was extremely important because it determined whether or not one could enter the top 10. As long as one entered the top 10 of the Summer martial meet, they would be able to obtain generous rewards. At the same time, they would also have the qualifications to be recruited by the top powers. For the majority of martial artists, the top 10 was the most crucial step to change their fate. At this point in the martial meet, the strength of every martial artist was already very clear. In the following rounds, the martial meet would deliberately avoid the confrontation between the strongest martial artists. This way, they could also preserve the suspense of the martial meet's champion until the end. In the 4th round, Tian's opponent was very unlucky. It was actually Duanmu Lu. Between master and disciple, there was obviously no need for this battle to take place. Duanmu Lu directly admitted defeat. Roughly half an hour later, the 4th round of competition ended. The top 10 were determined. They were Mo Yu, Ruo Yu, Zhen Su, Long Air, Yu Tianjin, Niet Tian, Qiu Shan, Tang 13, Rui Qianyu, Tang Sheng, and Qiu Shaolai. The top 10 of the martial meet represented the most outstanding martial artists in the 3,000 small worlds in the past 10 years. Chapter 660. The Battle of the Top 10 had officially begun. The following battles were no longer carried out at the same time. Instead, they were carried out one by one. On the martial arts arena, several arenas in the center were connected to form a huge arena with a radius of several hundred meters. The battles between the top 10 would be carried out on this arena. The opponents of the top 10 would be decided by drawing lots. Tian was the first to go on stage. He randomly drew out a bamboo stick with the word Qiu written on it. The word Qiu represented Qiu Shaolai among the top 10. Tian and Qiu Shaolai stepped onto the arena at the same time. The entire martial arts arena was in an uproar. After all, this was the first battle of the top 10, and everyone's expectations were very high. It's Shaolai. Above the sky pavilion, Qiu Shenfeng, the patriarch of the Qiu clan, saw Qiu Shaolai and then looked at the opponent the latter was facing. His face could not help but darken. Qiu Shaolai was the #1 genius of the younger generation of the Qiu clan. He was 40 years old this year, and his strength was at the 3rd tier of the divine wheel. Although this kind of talent was far inferior to that of Mo Yuji, Ji Tinghai, and the others, he could still be considered a genius. More importantly, Qiu Shaolai was regarded by Qiu Shanfeng as a core candidate for the next patriarch, which was very important to the Qiu clan. Qiu Shaolai's opponent was Tian, which made Qiu Shanfeng feel inexplicably uneasy. Tang Hao's evaluation of Tian was unfathomable. Even if it was a slight exaggeration, it was not far off. After all, the scene of Tian killing Ji Tinghai in a second was seen by everyone present. On the martial arts arena, Tian looked Qiu Shaolai up and down, and the corners of his mouth curled into a contemptuous smile as he said provocatively, "You won't admit defeat?" Qiu Shaolai's expression was numb, and he was unsmiling. His body was lean, and he looked like a hemp stick. He felt the contempt in Tian's eyes, but he was not angry at all. Instead, he said coldly, "Did you kill Elder Qiu Wuhan of the Qiu clan?" "Huh?" Tian's eyes narrowed, and then he smiled and said, "I killed Qiu Wuhan, but unfortunately, you can't take revenge." Qiu Wuhan, an elder of the Qiu family, had died in the chaotic abyss, killed by Tian with a single sword strike. At this time, Tian spread out his divine sense and sensed a strange aura on Qiu Shaolai's body. It seemed to be some kind of weak poison. Moreover, Qiu Shaolai's face was thin and bony, and his face was sickly pale. These signs showed that he was a martial artist who had come into contact with deadly poisons. Martial artists with some kind of poison in their primordial spirit were very rare. Dongfang Du was such a martial artist. However, compared to Dongfang Du, Qiu Shaolai's aura was more restrained. The poison in his body was hidden very deeply. If it weren't for Tian's powerful mental strength, he wouldn't have been able to discover it. Really, when Qiu Shaolai heard Tian personally admit to killing Qiu Wuhan, there was no anger in his eyes. Instead, the corners of his mouth twitched, and his figure suddenly moved without warning. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Qiu Shaolai's body shook, and billowing waves of qi gushed out of his body. A pungent aura instantly filled the air. Amidst the waves of poisonous qi, countless long black needles broke through the air, forming a huge needle net in the air, and fiercely pounced on Tian. The speed of the poisonous needles was extremely fast, and their range was very large. In such a close distance, it was impossible to dodge. Huh. The sudden scene made Tian frown slightly. Qiu Shaolai didn't make a sound, but he had launched a surprise attack. Obviously, he had planned this for a long time. He knew that he was not Tian's opponent, so he could only launch a sneak attack. As long as the sneak attack was successful, Tian's body would be poisoned by the poisonous needles, and he would be at his mercy. It was a pity that Qiu Shaolai underestimated Tian too much. Tian had long been on guard against him, and his reaction was extremely fast. Before the poisonous needles arrived, Tian's body was already covered with a layer of golden scales, and the dragon scale shield was activated. At the same time, endless star force gushed out, and the star shield wrapped Tian. Bang, bang, bang. The poisonous needles hit Tian's body, but they couldn't penetrate the defense of the dragon scale shield and the star shield at all. It was as if they had hit black iron, and they were directly bounced off. Insidious villain die. Tian took a step forward, and with a cold roar, he stabbed out with his sword. The sword intent bloomed in the air, and a horrible sword shadow whistled out, rolling towards Qiu Shaolai. Xiao Xiaoye's face turned pale. He didn't expect that Nie Tian's reaction was so fast, as if he had already known that he was going to attack. He wanted to defend, but was shocked to find that his strength was not worth mentioning in front of Nie Tian. Bang! With an explosive sound, Xiao Xiaoye's figure flew out directly and landed heavily on the ground, leaving a dripping blood mark. He died on the spot. Nie Tian's strength made everyone stunned. The whole audience was dead silent, and there was no movement for a long time. Such a close-range sneak attack was blocked by Nie Tian. It was really inconceivable. The crowd was in an uproar, and they looked at Nie Tian with a strong sense of worship in their eyes. After winning easily, Nie Tian's mouth curled into a faint smile, and with a step, he leaped out of the competition stage. On the near heaven pavilion, Qiu Shinfeng's face was uglier than eating shit, and it was completely purple. Qiu Shaolai openly sneak attacked in front of so many people on such an occasion, which in itself made the Qiu family lose face. And the most important thing was that the sneak attack failed, and he was even killed by Nie Tian with a single sword strike. This was really a case of not hitting the fox, but getting a body full of trouble. The first match of the top 10 competition was over. Qiu Shaolai suffered the consequences of his own actions and died on the spot. Next, the martial meet continued. In the second match, Mou fought against Tang Sheng, who immediately admitted defeat. In the third match, Ruo Yu fought against Qiu Shan. This battle was very exciting. Although Qiu Shan's blade dragon arm was strong, his cultivation was still not enough, and he lost Ruo Yu. In the fourth match, Yu Tianjin fought against Rui Qinyu. On the competition stage, two figures stood facing each other coldly. Rui Qinyu, I didn't think that you would really dare to accept the challenge. It really surprised me. Yu Tianjin smiled meaningfully. His evil gaze was like a solid substance, and scrupulously wandering around Rui Qinyu's body. Although Yu Tianjin was repeatedly rejected by Rui Qinyu, his feelings for the latter had not changed. Now that he was fighting against Rui Qinyu, he felt that his chance had come, and of course he had to show off his strength. Are you sure you can win against me? Rainy Thousand Leaves had a cold expression on her face. She stood there like an iceberg, emitting a coldness that would keep anyone at 1,000 miles away. She was indeed very beautiful, and at the same time, very cold. Rui Qinyu, I won't hurt you. As long as you follow me obediently and serve me wholeheartedly, I promise to satisfy all your needs. Yu Tianjin's lips curled into an evil smile, and his pair of shifty eyes stared at Rui Qinyu, his eyeballs almost popping out of their sockets. However, as soon as Yu Tianjin finished speaking, Rui Qinyu shouted angrily and immediately attacked. You're courting death. She used a green phoenix vine halo as soon as she attacked. A green light whizzed out, like a sharp blade cutting through the air, and attacked Yu Tianjin. Rui Qinyu was now at the third tier of the spirit wheel, and the green phoenix vine halo in her hands was already very powerful. However, the green phoenix vine halo was, after all, a rank 9 emperor weapon. When it was used, the power of the emperor light also caused a significant backlash to Rui Qinyu. Yu Tianjin's eyes narrowed, and he was shocked by the horror of the green phoenix vine halo. Immediately, the demon flowing sword appeared in his hand. Chapter 661. When the crowd saw the ghostly face in the void, their hearts trembled violently, and their eyes became dull in an instant. The ghostly face was too strange, and the scene was very impactful. What an evil power! Nie Tian saw the ghostly face, and his eyes narrowed. It contained a power that even he was afraid of. It was very strange. As the ghostly face appeared, a huge force appeared, like an invisible hand, and grabbed at Rui Qinyu. Rainy Thousand Leaves furrowed her brows, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. Countless green Bodhi leaves surged out of her body, forming a ball of energy that danced wildly. She wanted to forcefully break through the restraints of the evil energy. However, the evil power seemed to be everywhere, like a shadow, and could not be dispelled. The crowd, who was 1,000 meters away, could already feel the evil energy released by the ghostly face. It was terrifying, and it made people tremble. Danger! Tian shouted in his heart, and he knew that the situation was not good. As soon as he said that, Rui Qinyu's body swayed, and her 9-color pupils were instantly activated. Blue Eyes Ice Seal. A steady stream of eye power surged out, and the space was frozen in an instant. Even the ghostly face froze for a moment. Rui Qinyu fought for a chance to breathe, and her eyes flickered again, and the scarlet eyes-burning sky was activated again. Boom! In midair, a shocking pillar of fire descended. Yu Tianjin sensed that something was wrong, and a look of horror flashed across his face, but he immediately calmed down. He waved the Demon Flow sword, and more Demon Flow and Ghost Chi surged out and instantly formed a huge dark armor on his body. Demon Flow Armor. When the Demonic Flow Armor appeared, a strange scene appeared in the void. Streams of Ghost Chi danced in the air like long snakes. Shrill and ear-piercing whistles resounded and filled the entire arena. Everyone's hearts trembled, and their faces were filled with horror. Many people's mouths were wide open, but they could not say a word. Boom! In the void, a huge collision sound was heard, and the billowing waves of air disappeared in an instant. Rui Qinyu's eyes couldn't help but tremble. She knew in her heart that she was no match for Yu Tianjin. After confirming this, Rui Qinyu lightly tapped her feet on the ground, and her figure descended from the arena. The freezing power of the blue eye and the burning power of the scarlet eye disappeared in an instant. Yu Tianjin stood alone in the arena, a deranged expression on his face. If you looked closely, you would see that his eyes had become a strange, pitch-black color. There were only black pupils, no white pupils. Seeing that Rui Qinyu had left, Yu Tianjin's eyes flickered with hatred. He could only clench his teeth and withdraw the demonic aura from his body, causing the space to return to normal. Rui Qinyu, since I've taken a liking to you, don't even think about escaping from my palm. Yu Tianjin looked at Rui Qinyu with an unwilling expression and smiled awkwardly. He had used the demonic flow armor, but he still couldn't capture Rui Qinyu. What a pity. Rui Qinyu's face was cold, as if she hadn't heard Yu Tianjin's words. She turned around and left. Although the battle was short, it was thrilling and extremely dangerous. Yu Tianjin finally revealed his hidden strength when facing Rui Qinyu's 9-colored pupils. Tian watched from the side and saw everything clearly. Yu Tianjin's demonic flow armor was extremely domineering. It could actually resist the attack of Rui Qinyu's 9-colored pupils. It was really terrifying. I'm afraid that the power contained in the demonic flow sword is not limited to this. This sword is indeed very strange. Tian shook his head slightly and sighed in his heart, but the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up. At this moment, he had some improper thoughts about the demonic flow sword. This was a very strange sword. Even Tian couldn't see through the mysteries hidden in it. In the battle between Yu Tianjin and Rui Qinyu, the former won in the end. Next was the last battle of the top 10, Long Air against Tang 13. Long Air's strength was also strange. Tian guessed that he was not weaker than Yu Tianjin. Tang 13, on the other hand, had the strongest ghost eye. Her strength had already reached the first tier of the spirit wheel. The ghost eye would definitely be even more terrifying. It was hard to predict the outcome of the battle between the two. On the arena, Long Air and Tang 13's figures appeared at the same time, attracting the attention of the crowd. In the near heaven pavilion, Tang Hao's expression became slightly nervous because of Tang 13. Brother Tang, you personally said that 13th young master is the strongest ghost eye. What do you think of the battle between him and that ugly warrior? Mo Zhaojing glanced at Tang Hao and said sourly. The other two patriarchs, Gu Xuanmiao and Qiu Shanfeng, also looked at Tang Hao, wanted to hear what he had to say. Tang 13 was not only the strongest ghost eye that Tang Hao believed to be the strongest, but also one of the 3 weirdos of Su Mi Lingdu. He was once the laughingstock of Su Mi Lingdu. However, in the last 2 years, Tang 13's shocking talent began to show. Now, the talent he displayed was no less than MOU and the others. Tang 13 was only 17, but he was already a warrior in the first tier of the spirit wheel. Such terrifying strength was partly due to Tang Hao's teaching and partly due to Tang 13's innate talent. However, the opponent he was facing now was also insanely powerful and even more strange. Ever since Long Air had appeared, he had never tasted defeat. Furthermore, every single cultivator who had faced him had either admitted defeat or been killed. Thus, up until now, Long Air had not displayed his true strength. There was another strange thing about Long Air, and that was that he hid his strength very well. Even Tang Hao and Mo Zhaojing couldn't see through his cultivation base. To be able to hide his cultivation in front of two peak warriors was enough to prove how terrifying Long Air was. Tang Hao's gaze swept across Mo Zhaojing and the other two before finally landing on Long Air. He smiled faintly and said, "This ugly warrior's strength is very strange. Ever since he appeared, he has not shown his true strength. He hides his strength very cleverly. Even I can't see through him. However, because of this, I am sure that his strength is not high. He should be between the third and fifth tier of the spirit wheel. Thus, I have confidence in 13 for this battle." Tang Hao believed that if Long Air was strong enough, there was no need for him to hide his strength. The reason for hiding his strength was to maintain a mystery and make his opponent wary. "Oh," Mo Zhaojing smiled playfully. He raised his eyebrows slightly and seemed to glance at Tang 13. He laughed coldly and said, "Young Master 13 only has the strength of the first tier of the spirit wheel. Even if that ugly warrior only has the strength of the third tier of the spirit wheel, he is still far from being a match for young Master 13. This Mo is very curious. Is Brother Tang's confident demeanor just an act?" Xiao Shinfeng and Gu Shuamiao laughed. Evidently, they agreed with Mo Zhaojing's words. The corner of Tang Hao's mouth curled up slightly. He laughed and said, 13 is my grandson. I know very well how strong he is." Tang Hao was very confident in Tang 13. That was because before the start of the Meru martial meet, he had taken Tang 13 into seclusion. Chapter 662. Tang 13 had activated the third blade. This was why Tang Hao was so confident in him. The Tang family's ghost eyes from lowest to highest were as follows: single blade ghost eye, double blade ghost eye, triple blade ghost eye, thousand calamities ghost eye, and blood moon ghost eye. For those who possessed the ghost eye, being able to activate the double blade ghost eye was already a great achievement. Those who could activate the triple blade ghost eye were 1 in a million. Right now, Tang Hao had the triple blade ghost eye. However, he only activated the triple blade ghost eye when he was 60 years old. Tang 13, on the other hand, had already activated the triple blade ghost eye when he was only 17. It was indeed the strongest ghost eye. The Thousand Calamities ghost eye and the Blood Moon ghost eye had never appeared before. Tang Hao believed that Tang 13 would be the first to activate the Thousand Calamities ghost eye. The terror of the triple blade ghost eye was not something a normal person could imagine. Even the Tang Hao now would not use the triple blade ghost eye unless he had no other choice. 13, don't disappoint me. Tang Hao's eyes locked onto Tang 13. His lips curled into a proud smile. As a grandfather, he was proud to have such a grandson. On the stage, Tang 13 and Long Tu stood facing each other. They stared at each other without saying a word. Nietian watched the two from afar. His eyes were filled with worry. Long Tu's abilities were very strange. Even Tang Hao had to be careful when facing him. Dying. Suddenly, Long Tu's complexion turned cold, and he squeezed out a word from the gap between his teeth. Soon after, he slightly raised his arm and slapped out with his palm. An ear-piercing whistling sound came from the sky, and a line of fire flew out. It was as fast as lightning and as fast as the wind. It left behind a long afterimage in the sky. Long Air didn't put Tang 13 in his eyes at all. In his eyes, his only opponent was Nietian. Perhaps Mo, you could barely be counted as an opponent, but only barely. Tang 13's eyes narrowed. The line of fire that was coming at him made him feel threatened. In the next moment, without any hesitation, Tang 13's pupils shrank. The two ghost blades flashed by, and a strange, shapeless eye power was released. It was boundless and filled the air. The line of fire in the air was suppressed by the eye power. It paused for a moment. Tang 13 grasped the opportunity and dodged to the side, dodging the fatal blow. The speed of the line of fire slowed down a little, allowing one to see it more clearly. It was actually a small scarlet-red snake burning in flames. Long Tu's eyes narrowed. He retracted his arm, and the fire snake returned to his body. His expression was one of surprise. His eyes flashed with a strange light, like a wolf that had found its prey. He laughed and said, "Boy, I underestimated you. To be able to survive my fire-enduring spirit snake, you're qualified to let me know your name." As it turned out, the fire snake released by Long Tu was called Fire Ninja Snake. Hearing Long Tu's words, Tang 13 couldn't help but smile and said, "You want to know my name? Unfortunately, I don't want to tell you because I feel that you are not worthy to know my name." The other party was too arrogant. Tang 13 had no reason to be polite. At this moment, Tang 13 was very surprised by Long Tu's strength. Just a random little snake was actually comparable to his double blade ghost eyes. It was truly terrifying. When the crowd saw what was happening on the battle stage, they all had strange expressions on their faces. The battle between Tang 13 and Long Tu was different. It wasn't a large-scale battle like the other warriors. Instead, it was a very strange, small-scale battle. On one side was the ghost eyes, on the other side was the strange fire ninja snake. Both were powers that normal people couldn't understand. However, the powerhouses could tell that these two were not any weaker than the person who had just appeared. Young Master Tang 13, he caught that guy's fire snake. However, there were also people who saw the clues and shouted. Before Tang 13, no one had ever caught Long Tu's fire ninja snake. He was the first. Water ninja snake. Long Air's complexion was somewhat unsightly. His eyes emitted a cold, killing intent. He let out a low roar and raised his arm. A water line pierced through the air. Its speed was even faster than the enduring flame spirit snake. What was even stranger was that the moment the water line appeared, the space around it tightened. It was as if it had been locked down. A wave of energy came from all directions and enveloped the entire battle stage. Tang 13 felt a strong pressure coming towards him, making him feel like he was suffocating. It was as if the energy in his body had been sealed and he could not release it. Water Ninja Snake, lock down the space and seal your energy. Let's see how you defend. Long Tu's voice rang out, carrying with it a murderous intent. However, just as he finished speaking, Tang 13's voice rang out again. It was filled with mockery. "You say I can't defend against it? Then I will defend against it. Wheel of the Red Moon." Once again, Tang 13's eyes flashed with two ghostly blades. The invisible power from his eyes seemed to solidify, and a red crescent blade appeared in the air. Bang! It was not a violent collision. The Water Ninja Snake and the Wheel of the Red Moon were evenly matched. Long Tu's arm shook, and he stumbled back a few steps. His face was extremely ugly, and he growled, "This is impossible." Tang 13's energy was obviously sealed. How could he still explode with such terrifying power and block his Water Ninja Snake? "What other snakes do you have? Let them all out at once." Tang 13's lips curled up, and he spoke softly. How could Long Tu know that Tang 13's strongest fighting ability was not the 9 meridians in his body, but his eyes? "Young man, you are seeking death." Long Tu was completely enraged. A hoarse voice came out of his throat and rumbled endlessly. In the next moment, he raised both of his hands and suddenly clasped them together. 3 little snakes appeared on his palms: Fire Ninja Snake, Water Ninja Snake, and Earth Ninja Snake. "You were able to block my Fire Ninja Snake and Water Ninja Snake. That is enough for me to use the 3 ninjas in one." Long Tu's expression was ice cold. The murderous intent around his body was at its peak. In the air, the 3 snakes released 3 types of energy: fire's heat, water's entanglement, and earth's weight. These three types of energy slowly merged together. An eerie snake that was compatible with the three elements of fire, water, and earth was formed. As the snake hissed, the space around it shook. On the battle stage, water vapor permeated the air, and the ground beneath the stage began to swirl. The atmosphere instantly became incomparably strange. Tang 13 frowned slightly and closed his eyes. Die. Seeing this, Long Tu roared. Without any hesitation, he waved his arm, and the three ninja spirit snake turned into a beam of light that could swallow the sky. It released a crimson, dark blue, and grayish-yellow light. It suddenly expanded in the sky, and with a loud rumble, it rushed towards Tang 13. The air shook without end. Water vapor filled the air, and the martial stage violently collapsed. Chapter 663. How terrifying! As the three ninja snakes attacked, the vibrations in the air became more and more obvious. Everyone in the arena could feel a vast power rushing toward them, and their bodies began to tremble. Long Air, the genius warrior of the Long family, was on the same level as Long San. His master was the Black Qilin, and he cultivated the strange Three Ninja Chant. The Three Ninja Chant could not only hide a warrior's level of cultivation, but it could also combine different elemental powers, allowing a warrior to control three different elemental powers. The three elemental powers that Long Air controlled were fire, water, and earth. Warriors who cultivated the Three Ninja Chant could combine the elemental powers of the three elemental powers in their bodies into spiritual snakes with strange power. They could affect the power of heaven and earth, and the power they could unleash was far beyond that of warriors of the same level. Now Long Air was completely enraged by Tang 13. He combined the fire, water, and earth spiritual snakes and used his strongest move. Only now did many people realize that Long Air was in the fourth tier of the divine wheel. This strength was exactly as Tang Hao had guessed. It was between the third and fifth tier of the divine wheel. His strongest move made Tang 13 feel like she was in mortal danger. At this moment, Tang 13 could no longer hold back. He had to use the legendary three-blade ghost eye. In the entire 3,000 little worlds, apart from Tang Hao, only Tang 13 possessed the three-blade ghost eye. Among the other disciples of the Tang family, there were only a few who could activate the double-blade ghost eye. Tang 13, who had activated the three-blade ghost eye at the age of 17, was definitely an unprecedented existence. What is young Master Tang 13 doing? Why did he close his eyes? Is he going to commit suicide? The crowd saw Tang 13's eyes closed at the critical moment and shouted anxiously. Although Tang 13 was called a weirdo, he was still from Sumi Lingdu. Not only was Long Air ugly, but he had also appeared out of nowhere. Therefore, the crowd was inclined to let Tang 13 win this battle. Tian saw the scene on the arena from afar. His heart could not help but jump to his throat. Tang 13's eyes were closed. This made him have a shocking guess. Tang 13 had activated the three-blade ghost eye. Even Tian did not believe this guess, opening the triple-edged ghost eye at the age of 17. If that was the case, Tang 13 would definitely be able to open the Myriad Tribulations ghost eye, or even the Blood Moon ghost eye. While Tian was still in shock, the strange snake in the air was less than 5 meters away from Tang 13. In the blink of an eye, Tang 13 would be smashed into meat paste. "You little bastard, die." Dragon 2 laughed viciously. It was as if he could already see Tang 13's flesh and blood flying everywhere. However, right at this moment, an unexpected change occurred. Tang 13's closed eyes suddenly opened. In each of her eyes, 3 ghost blades appeared and flashed. In an instant, boundless ghost eye power surged out like a river bursting through a dam, instantly filling the space within a radius of several hundred meters. A giant eye bloodline restriction formed in the air and enveloped the arena. The strange snake that was almost within reach actually stopped in midair, unable to move forward even half an inch. Three-blade ghost eye blood ghost kill. The moment his eyes opened, Tang 13's voice rang out. Then, a blinding crimson light shot out. Wretch! Like a ghost, the crimson light didn't move at all. In a flash, it arrived in front of Dragon 2. The latter didn't have time to react. He felt a cold sensation in his throat. Then he spat out a warm, sticky liquid. Blood splattered everywhere. Dragon 2 subconsciously covered his throat, but couldn't stop the blood from gushing out. You? He reached out a hand, and his pupils suddenly dilated, showing the fear and shock in his heart. However, he only managed to say one word, and then he didn't have the chance to say the rest of the words. Bang! After a loud explosion, Dragon 2's body could no longer withstand the violent power of the eye and exploded. In midair, blood splattered everywhere, creating a bloody scene. Until his death, Dragon 2 didn't understand how Tang 13 killed him. At first, he didn't even have the desire to look at Tang 13. But now he died in her hands. Dragon 2 originally came to avenge Dragon San. However, before he could even fight against Nietian, he died in Tang 13's hands. What a tragedy. The scene that happened on the martial arts arena caused the entire arena to fall into a deathly silence. Everyone widened their eyes as they stared at the silhouette on the stage. The shock in their hearts was written on their faces. At this moment, not only were the audience shocked, but even the four masters in the Sky Pavilion were dumbfounded. They couldn't speak for a long time. Even Tang Hao was shocked by what he saw. He didn't expect Dragon 2 to be so powerful. The three ninja chant must be some kind of forbidden technique. He didn't expect that Tang 13's three-blade demon eye would have a supernatural power. Oh my god, he only activated his three-blade demon eye a few days ago. After Tang Hao had opened the three-edged demon eye, he had spent a full 3 years to develop the three-edged demon eye's innate divine ability. Tang 13 only used a few days to accomplish what he spent 3 years to do. This kind of talent was shocking. On the stage, Tang 13 stood in the same spot. His eyes were bleeding. This was the first time he used the supernatural power of the three-blade demon eye. It was a huge burden on him. Without a doubt, he wouldn't be able to participate in the following battles. Nietian stared at Tang 13's retreating figure. His stiff expression only softened after a few seconds. He didn't expect Tang 13 to really activate his three-blade demon eye and even develop a supernatural power. This kind of talent was not ordinary. Looking at the pool of blood on the stage, Nietian felt a lingering fear. The three ninja chant was too strange. If he had been the one fighting Dragon 2, the result would be hard to say. If Dragon 2 had the upper hand, even Nietian would have to pay a heavy price. Dragon 2 is already so powerful. How terrifying is the black Qilin behind him? Nietian thought. Dragon 2's aura was similar to the black Qilin's. They should be master and disciple. If Dragon 2, who was only at the 4th tier of the Divine Wheel, could use the three ninja chant to such a terrifying extent, then the black Qilin, who was at the pinnacle of the 9th tier of the Divine Wheel, would be unimaginable. Nietian suddenly thought of the black Qilin. What he didn't know was that the black Qilin was currently in the arena. In a remote corner of the arena, a black-clothed figure was trembling slightly. His chest was heaving up and down. It was obvious that he was extremely furious. This figure in black was none other than Dragon 2's master, the black Qilin. He watched as his disciple was turned into a pool of blood. Not even a corpse was left. The pain was heart-wrenching. The black Qilin's aura trembled. The flames of vengeance burned in his heart. At some point, his gaze locked onto Tang 13. His murderous intent boiled. However, when he saw the 4 people in the near heaven pavilion, his trembling body finally stopped. In a flash, the black Qilin left the arena and quickly went to a hidden spot. He lifted the black robe on his head and revealed a terrifying face. His face looked normal, but his eyes were pitch black and empty. The black Qilin didn't dare to avenge Dragon 2 because it was afraid of one person, Tang Hao. Chapter 664. Tang Hao, I, Lord Qilin, will definitely avenge you for taking my eyes. As for your grandson, he killed my beloved disciple, so he must die as well. And that Nye Tian, everything happened because of him. I must kill him too. The black Shielin's face was gloomy, and its pitch-black eyes flickered with a strange light. His heart was filled with rage. There was a ball of rage suppressed in his chest that he could not vent. It was extremely uncomfortable. Back then, when the Black Shilin cultivated the three ninja chant, he encountered Tang Hao. He did not expect that the latter's ghost was very effective against the three ninja chant, causing him to lose both of his eyes. Today, his disciple Long Air met Tang 13 and was even more pitiful than him. He was killed instantly. New hatred and old hatred piled on top of each other. The Black Shilin wanted nothing more than to tear Tang Hao and Tang 13 into pieces and grind their bones into dust. However, he didn't dare to show himself, much less make a move. After standing in place for a moment, the Black Shilin's figure moved and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At the same time, in the Shumi arena, Tang 13 wiped the blood from the corner of her eyes and walked off the stage. Following the end of his battle with Long Air, the battle for the top 10 of the Shumi martial meeting had officially ended. In the battle between Tang 13 and Draconic 2, the latter was killed. Tang 13's triple-edged demon eye allowed the crowd to see the terror of the demon eye. This also meant that the top 5 of the martial meet had been decided. Mou, Ruoyu, Zhansu, Yu Tianjin, Nye Tian, and Tang 13. However, Tang 13 had used up too much energy from the ghost eye and could no longer fight. Therefore, she automatically gave up. As a result, the Shumi martial meet had 4 strong contenders: Mou, Ruoyu, Zhansu, Yu Tianjin, and Nye Tian. In the battle for the top 4, it was really hard to say who would be the champion in the end. Mou was already at the 9th tier of the Divine Wheel. He was the strongest of the 4. Furthermore, he had the Snake Flame Spear of Greed in his hand. He was considered to have the best chance. However, although Nye Tian and the other 2 were weak, each of them displayed battle prowess that far exceeded that of a martial artist of the same level. This was especially true for Nye Tian, who was even more mysterious and unpredictable. Hence, the competition for the Martial Gatherings champion would definitely be extremely intense. The final battle of the top 10 had ended. After a short break, the battle of the top 4 officially began. The first battle of the semifinals was between Nye Tian and Yu Tianjin. Yu Tianjin was an opponent that Nye Tian was happy to meet. Compared with Mou and Zhansu, Nye Tian was more willing to fight with Yu Tianjin. Yu Tianjin was the weakest of the 3, but the demonic flow sword in his hand was very strange, attracting Nye Tian's attention. If he were to fight against True Case Rain, Nye Tian would have to be cautious. Moreover, True Case Rain's strength was likely to be above Yu Tianjin's. As for Mou, this opponent, Nye Tian hoped to meet him last. Mou was at the peak of the Spirit Will level. Nye Tian had already made up his mind to go all out in this battle. Finally, fighting Mou would also let Nye Tian have no scruples in his heart. He could go all out and fight with all his might. His sword is very powerful. You have to be careful. Rui Qinyu suddenly appeared beside Nye Tian and reminded him coldly. Nye Tian turned around and looked at the other party. His face was still as cold as an iceberg. It was not easy for Rui Qinyu to specially come over to remind Nye Tian. Yeah. Nye Tian nodded, a confident expression on his face. Yu Tianjin's demonic flow sword was indeed terrifying. It could actually contend against Rui Qinyu's rainbow pupils. However, Nye Tian didn't only have the strength on the surface. He wasn't afraid of Yu Tianjin at all. Looking at Rui Qinyu, Nye Tian suddenly remembered his agreement with Zhan Serene. His heart trembled inexplicably, and he had a faint premonition. Zhan Serene had asked Nye Tian to kill Yu Tianjin at the Meru martial meet. This matter seemed strange. Ling Xian Heaven Pavilion's pavilion Master Yu Gui had already arrived at the Meru spirit capital a few days ago. Other than letting the 4 ghosts of hell and Yu Mi Xian fight over the 5 poison blood infant, there was no other movement. Nye Tian knew that Yu Gui was definitely not afraid of him. He was plotting something else. Yu Gui appeared at the Meru spirit capital during the Meru martial meet. Of course, he didn't come just to watch. He must be plotting something. Perhaps Jean Serene had sensed Yugue's plot, but couldn't be sure. That was why he had asked Nie Tian to kill Yu Tianjin. Thinking of this, Nie Tian's eyes flashed coldly. He didn't care what Yugue's plot was. If he hurt the people around him, he absolutely couldn't. After a while, Nie Tian and Yu Tianjin's figures flashed in the void. Both of them were extremely fast. In the next moment, they stepped onto the martial stage at the same time. Nie Tian, Yu Tianjin's face was gloomy. His entire body's killing intent enveloped the entire martial stage. His insolent tone made him seem even more ruthless. The corner of Nie Tian's mouth twitched slightly. He also smiled playfully. He said indifferently, "Between you and me, a battle of life and death." Nie Tian wanted to kill Yu Tianjin, not because the latter was pestering Rui Qinyu, nor because of his agreement with Jean Serene. It was because of the 300,000 babies who had died tragically. Yu Tianjin had helped Wu Feng refine the 5-poison blood infant. His crime was unforgivable. Nie Tian, you must be full of confidence now. You think that I can't withstand a single blow, right? Yu Tianjin felt Nie Tian's killing intent. He didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled disdainfully. He said coldly, "You will soon understand that the one who can't withstand a single blow is you." Humph. Nie Tianling smiled indifferently. He took a step forward, and a shocking sword chi was released. It was as if an invisible sword had appeared around him. It fused with his entire body, making him look like a sharp sword. It was so sharp that no one dared to stare at him. What a powerful sword chi! When the crowd saw this, their hearts trembled. Outside of Nie Tian's body, the sword chi condensed into a strange space. The space was like a sharp sword, and it contained the power to tear through the void. This power in space. Above the sky pavilion, Tang Hao sensed the strange space around Nie Tian's body. He was speechless, and his expression became astonished. Mo Zhaojing, Gu Xuanyao, and Xiao Shanfeng also saw the strange space. They were all extremely shocked, as if they had swallowed an egg in their mouths. On the surface, the strange space around Nie Tian felt like the space of a divine wheel. However, it was filled with terrifying sword chi. Moreover, it was shaped like a giant sword, and the sword will surge within it. The space of the divine wheel and the sword's warp. Tang Hao finally understood. His eyes suddenly widened, and he almost shouted. He was very sure that the space around Nie Tian was a kind of space. It was the space of the divine wheel and the sword warp. The space of the divine wheel and the sword's warp were two strange spaces. They were similar to boundaries, but they were created by the cultivators themselves. The space of the divine wheel could only be created by the cultivators of the divine wheel realm, and the sword's warp could only be created by the swordsman. Nie Tian was not only a divine wheel cultivator, but also a swordsman of the sword's warp. Since ancient times, there had been countless swordsmen of the divine wheel realm. However, there were very few people who could merge the space of the divine wheel and the sword's warp. If one did not have a unique understanding of the two spaces, it would be impossible to do so. Nie Tian was only 18 years old, but he had actually merged the two spaces. His comprehension of the realm and the way of the sword were simply outrageous. Chapter 665. The crowd's eyes trembled. Although they didn't know what Nie Tian had done, his aura was as sharp as a sword. Yu Tianjin sensed Nie Tian's aura, which was as sharp as a sword. He couldn't help but furrow his brows. Then, he let out a sinister smile and unsheathed his devil flow sword. A stream of devil flow ghost chi whizzed out, filling the air with a dense killing intent. Yu Tianjin sneered, "Nie Tian, your strength is beyond my expectations, but it doesn't change anything. No swordsman has a chance against the demon-flowing sword. A sword will that can suppress my demon-flowing ghost chi hasn't been born yet." The eerie voice sounded like the howl of a ghost. The demon-flowing sword was a sword of evil spirits. It had killed millions of people and was tainted with the evil aura of countless dead souls. What was more terrifying was that the evil aura of the 30,000s of babies had also been absorbed by the demon-flowing sword. That was why the sword chi was so eerie and terrifying. The crowd felt the evil aura in the air from 1,000 meters away. Not only did they tremble, but they were also terrified. It was as if evil spirits were surrounding them and would pounce on them at any time. Nie Tian and Yu Tianjin hadn't fought yet, but their sword auras were already clashing. The two's auras were equally matched, and it was hard to tell which was stronger. Oomph. You don't have a sword, well, that can suppress the demon-flowing ghost chi? Nie Tian sneered again. He found Yu Tianjin's words funny. If he hadn't fallen, Yu Tianjin would have gone to heaven. Such ignorant words were simply a joke. In the next moment, Nie Tian's body shook slightly. A surging sword will surged out like a tide and filled the divine wheel sword. The invisible divine wheel sword actually had a clear shape. The sword was over 100 meters long. Its sword was terrifying, and its aura was soaring. The divine wheel sword wreathed Nie Tian, forming an incomparably mighty aura that bore down on Yu Tianjin. Nie Tian didn't use his sword. Instead, he used his sword energy to suppress Yu Tianjin. He wanted to tell his opponent that his sword intent could suppress any swordsman. In his previous life, Nie Tian's arrogant sword intent was already one of the most terrifying sword intents. At this moment, the arrogant sword intent, astral soul sword intent, and thunderbolt sword intent fused together. Even if it was someone at the pinnacle of the sword Dao, if they were to compete in sword intents, they would also be completely crushed by him. Yu Tianjin's sword intent was sinister and ruthless, but if he wanted to clash head-on with Nie Tian's sword intent, he would be courting death. Yu Tianjin felt humiliated when he saw Nie Tian directly pressing down on him. He roared, Nie Tian, you're courting death. Nie Tian was teaching Yu Tianjin a lesson by using his sword aura to suppress his opponent. Yu Tianjin was indeed a very talented swordsman. Unfortunately, he had encountered Nie Tian. The path of the sword Dao was vast and boundless. To sit in a well and be arrogant was to destroy one's own future. Yu Tianjin had some small achievements and felt that he was the boss of the world. With such a mentality, it was impossible for him to go far. Of course, Nie Tian didn't want to teach Yu Tianjin a lesson. He wanted to completely crush the latter until he couldn't lift his head. Yu Tianjin grinned and raised his Devil Flow sword. Devil Flow and Ghost Chi whistled, and the air was filled with a towering evil aura. Endless Ghost Chi frantically condensed, and a huge black sword shadow gradually became clear. It was sinister, tyrannical, and sharp, as if it wanted to slash everything in its path. Yu Tianjin, a sword genius who thought highly of himself, wanted to use his strength to tell Nie Tian how terrifying his Devil Flow and Ghost Chi was. These two are so terrifying. Everyone's eyes narrowed when they saw this scene. Nie Tian and Yu Tianjin were very strong. This battle was bound to be spectacular and tragic. Boom! In the air, the two huge sword shadows collided. There was a loud bang, and the surging sword will bloomed in the air. This was the most direct collision, a pure contest between sword will and sword force. The strong impact exploded. On the spectators stands thousands of meters away, the eyes of the crowd were burning. Their hearts trembled, and they couldn't help but retreat. Nie Tian and Yu Tianjin were too strong. Just this kind of momentum was too much for them to bear. On the martial arts arena, the two figures retreated at the same time. Nie Tian took a step back, but Yu Tianjin was almost thrown back by the impact. After retreating more than 10 steps, he finally steadied himself. Yu Tianjin stopped and suddenly looked up. His eyes were filled with surprise and shock that was difficult to hide. The Devil Flow and Ghost Chi that he was so proud of was so vulnerable under the impact of Nie Tian's sword of the Divine Wheel. Nie Tian didn't even use his sword. Just the pressure of the sword force was enough to make him so embarrassed. It was unreasonable. Yu Tianjin was surprised. Nie Tian was also surprised. Yu Tianjin had actually withstood the sword of the Divine Wheel. The fusion of the divine wheel space and the sword warp and the addition of the 3 sword wheels had not killed Yu Tianjin. This made Nie Tian slightly disappointed. It should be known that Nie Tian's current swordsmanship strength was already comparable to a swordsman of the sword spirit. The proud sword will, the star soul sword will, and the lightning sword will. Each of the sword wills was comparable to the peak sword wills. The fact that the Devil Flow's sword could withstand the sword of the divine wheel was enough to show that the power of the sword was extremely terrifying. When the crowd saw that Nie Tian had forced Yu Tianjin to retreat with 1 sword, they immediately became excited. They looked at the figure on the martial arts arena with burning gazes, revealing a deep desire to worship. How about it? Do you still think that no sword can suppress your Devil Flow and Ghost Chi? Nie Tian raised his eyebrows, full of provocation. Yu Tianjin gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He was like a beast trapped in a cage, on the verge of going crazy. Go to hell! Yu Tianjin roared in a hoarse voice as he slashed out with his sword. The surging demonic and ghostly chi condensed into a gigantic sword image. The space seemed to be split apart, and the howling astral winds in the air became wild. The airflow split apart like water being split apart. Before the blade arrived, Yu Tianjin's face was already showing a horrifying smile. It seemed that he did not care that Nie Tian would be killed by his sword. Nie Tian raised his head slightly, his eyes so calm that it made people's hair stand on end. "A Baron sword break." A cold voice sounded, calm and indifferent. A huge sword force rose against the wind. Nie Tian directly resisted the oppressive sword force above his head and counterattacked. Boom! Another loud sound. Endless sword will combined with the sword of the divine wheel and directly shattered Yu Tianjin's powerful attack. How is this possible? The crowd exclaimed. When Yu Tianjin's attack fell, they were still worried about Nie Tian. They did not expect that Nie Tian was not afraid of any sword force at all. Yu Tianjin wanted to defeat Nie Tian in terms of sword force. It was a joke. Nie Tian stood where he was. His body did not move, and he did not even draw his sword. He was completely calm, and the powerful sword force crushed Yu Tianjin. In near Heaven Pavilion, Tang Hao's eyebrows furrowed more and more, and his expression became more and more complicated. His eyes were fixed on Nie Tian, and there were thousands of questions in his heart. At this moment, Tang Hao was completely sure that Nie Tian's sword will definitely contain the proud sword will. Nie Tian was so young, but he had such a strong understanding of swordsmanship. This kind of person was really terrifying. Chapter 666. For the first time, Tang Hao faced his conjecture about Nie Tian. However, he clearly did not dare to equate the youth in front of him with the person he respected the most. Instead, he thought that this Nie Tian might be the descendant of that Nie Tian. It was not strange for Tang Hao to have such a conjecture. After all, reincarnation was too sensational. Mo Zhaojing stole a glance at Tang Hao. Noticing that the latter's expression was strange, he muttered in his heart. Could it be that Tang Hao and Nie Tian are really related? Could it be that Nie Tian is a hidden chess piece arranged by Tang Hao to go against the Mo family? The 4 aristocratic families were in an alliance in name, but in reality, there was endless internal strife. The Tang family and the Mo family were the 2 strongest families of the 4 aristocratic families. Although the Mo family's reputation was inferior to the Tang family, in recent years, because of the appearance of MOU, the Mo family's reputation grew day by day, faintly surpassing the Tang family. Tang Hao was afraid of the Mo family, so he secretly trained Nie Tian to go against the Mo family. This was not impossible. Otherwise, no one would believe that Tang 13 mysteriously came from Shumiling City and became friends with Nie Tian. Was it possible that a direct descendant of one of the 4 aristocratic families became best friends with a trash master of a third-rate city in a third-rate empire? Mo Zhaojing felt that it was more and more possible. Thinking back to Nie Tian's miraculous rise, the Dragon Blood Martial Group, the Land of Bloody Massacre, the Chaotic Abyss, the Red-Clothed Elder, and a series of other things, Mo Zhaojing really did not believe that there was no support from a major power. Mo Zhaojing looked at Tang Hao, his eyebrows knitted tightly. The muscles on his face twitched a few times. His heart became cold, and he viciously said, Tang Hao, I didn't think that you would be so kind and honest on the surface, but behind the scenes, you are scheming. Since you are so against the Mo family, how can I, Mo Zhaojing, swallow this insult? The head of the 4 aristocratic families. This name should be changed. At some point, Tang Hao realized that he had overreacted and quickly retracted his gaze. On the arena, the battle continued. Nie Tian, you are worthy of me using that move. Yu Tianjin's face was dark and gloomy. He stared at Nie Tian with a pair of gloomy eyes, as if he wanted to skin him alive. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Tianjin stomped hard on the ground and shot up into the sky. His entire body was enveloped in an endless amount of ghost qi, and he gripped the flowing demon sword tightly. In the air, Yu Tianjin was like a demon god descending. His aura grew stronger and stronger, and the devilish and ghostly qi in the air grew thicker and thicker. It enveloped the entire arena, and everyone felt their hearts tremble. In the void, an incomparably dense demonic and ghostly aura filled the air. Strange scenes flashed in the air, and the shadows of countless malicious ghosts appeared. Ear-piercing screams rang in people's ears, as if countless thousands of babies were suffering terrible torture. Thousands of babies cried together. The mournful voice bombarded his heart, causing him to tremble and goosebumps to rise on his skin. Such a strong, evil qi. Nie Tian sensed the evil qi and ghost qi around him, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. The ghostly qi formed by 300,000 resentful babies was naturally filled with evil qi. Nie Tian, it is your honor to die under my 10,000 ghost demonic flow. Yu Tianjin's cold voice rang out in the sky. As soon as he finished speaking, he no longer hesitated and ruthlessly stabbed out with his sword. Instantly, the void trembled, and the cries of thousands of babies reached a peak. The entire space was boiling. When the crowd heard the mournful and ear-piercing screams, they couldn't bear it anymore. Many people covered their ears with painful expressions, as if they were better off dead. The crowd was still thousands of meters away, but Nie Tian and Yu Tianjin were standing opposite each other. At such a close distance, Nie Tian could clearly feel the pain of resentment and resentment. The flowing demon sword, 1 million resentful souls, 300,000 resentful babies. It was as if the pain these people were suffering was all concentrated on Nie Tian. The demonic and ghostly qi made people's souls tremble uncontrollably. The sudden trembling caused Nie Tian's brows to furrow and his expression to darken. In the void, a strange scene appeared. The evil qi and ghostly qi condensed into ghostly faces filled with baleful qi. Each of them was incomparably strange. The 10,000 ghost demonic flow used the evil qi to create the scene of thousands of howling ghosts. This move was not only powerful, but it also had the power to tear apart people's hearts. Cultivators without strong willpower would instantly collapse when they encountered this move. They would be directly swallowed by the evil qi and become one of the millions of souls. Nie Tian's heart was as firm as steel. Even though the baleful qi surrounded him, his eyes were still as calm as steel needles, sharp and resolute. 10,000 ghost demonic flow kill. Yu Tianjin roared. The ghostly shadows in the air became violent, stirring up the space. Waves of air surged out, accompanied by waves of baleful qi, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Nie Tian was in the midst of the endless, ghostly qi. He was like a giant sword that pierced through heaven and earth, unmoving, allowing the myriad of ghostly qi to enter his body. You're courting death. Yu Tianjin saw that Nie Tian was standing in place like a log, not even blocking the ghostly qi. This made him even angrier. 10,000 ghosts devour, kill. An even crazier voice sounded. Yu Tianjin condensed endless evil qi, and his body was wrapped up by the ghostly shadows. So terrifying, people couldn't see the figures on the arena. They could only see the rumbling ghostly qi and ghostly shadows, like rolling dark clouds, giving people a strong feeling of suffocation. Suddenly, Yu Tianjin's figure jumped up. His face was ferocious and terrifying. He stepped on the thousands of ghostly qi. The demonic flow sword in his hand flickered with cold light, condensing endless resentful ghostly qi. The shadow of a black sword gradually condensed and became clear. The huge sword shadow was thousands of meters long. Even the heaven pavilion was enveloped by it. The entire arena changed color, and the heavens and earth wailed. Yu Tianjin was too terrifying. If this sword fell, the arena in the center of the arena would definitely be smashed into powder. At this moment, everyone's nerves were stretched taut, and their hearts were in their throats. They couldn't see Nie Tian's figure. They could only feel a sharp sword standing proudly in the thick, ghostly qi, but it didn't move at all. They couldn't guess what Nie Tian was going to do. As Yu Tianjin looked down, a strange expression appeared on his face. He could clearly see that Nie Tian was in the demonic flow ghost qi. He was like a black hole, crazily absorbing the resentful, ghostly qi. In Yu Tianjin's eyes, this was suicide. However, the strange thing was that after Nie Tian absorbed a large amount of demonic flow ghost qi, his body didn't change at all. Even his expression didn't change. Yu Tianjin had never seen anyone who could forcibly absorb so much demonic flow ghost qi. The demonic flow ghost qi was filled with resentful, ghostly qi. Moreover, it was an extremely empty sword intent. Once it entered a cultivator's body, few could withstand the power of the ghost qi. In the end, they could only explode and die. What is this guy doing? Yu Tianjin's eyes trembled. The more he couldn't understand what Nie Tian was doing, the more he panicked. Finally, Yu Tianjin didn't wait any longer. He didn't care how strange Nie Tian was. As long as he was strong enough, he could still kill him. Chapter 667. Danger! Yu Tianjin's shocking sword slashed down. The crowd's eyes trembled, and many people cried out in alarm. The 1,000-meter-long sword image formed by demonic flow and ghost qi was too terrifying. In an instant, the demonic flow and ghost qi enveloped the entire arena. Everyone could feel the incomparably fierce aura. Their eyes trembled, and their faces were filled with shock. The expressions of the four people on the near-heaven pavilion were slightly sluggish. They had never thought that Yu Tianjin's strength would be so strong. Tang Hao's gaze congealed, and his expression became nervous. The war god Nie Tian that he revered had already fallen more than 100 years ago. If this youth called Nie Tian was the former's descendant, then no matter what, he had to save him, even if it meant publicly breaking the rules of the Meru martial meet. War god Nie Tian died on his wedding night in his previous life. Logically speaking, he should not have any descendants. But the youth in front of him looked so similar to war god Nie Tian. There must be a mysterious connection between the two. This made Tang Hao feel lucky. Maybe in his previous life, Nie Tian had some kind of mercy, and he did not even know that he had a descendant. Brother Tang, Mo Zhaojing noticed that Tang Hao's expression was strange. He frowned and shouted. Tang Hao was slightly startled. He immediately retracted his reaction and did not say anything. On the arena, Yu Tianjin slashed down with his sword, and the devouring demonic flow sword fell down. And in the midst of the endless demonic flow and ghost qi, Nie Tian stood still. His body was like a black hole that swallowed everything, allowing the demonic flow and ghost qi to enter his body. In his body, the demonic flow and ghost qi circulated, but it surged within the sword intent and did not cause any harm to his body. Nie Tian dared to directly absorb the demonic flow and ghost qi because he was confident in his sword intent. He believed that his sword intent could perfectly suppress the demonic flow and ghost qi, which was why he could make such a crazy move. Boom! The demonic flow sword sank down. The air let out a buzzing sound, and the airflow was filled with berserk qi. Yu Tianjin gave up the defense of the demonic flow armor. He gathered all the demonic flow and ghost qi and slashed down with his strongest attack. He had to kill Nie Tian on the spot. At this moment, Tion's body suddenly moved as he murmured, "You Jin, your strength is only SOSO." As his cold and deep voice fell, the absolute heaven slash appeared in Tion's hand. The sword will and the sword of divine will surged wildly. In an instant, the sword will, killing will, and battle will shot up into the sky. The divine wheel sword wrapped around the heaven slash, the ultimate sword, and a vast and boundless aura was about to burst out. Proud sword tactics, doomsday madness. A cold voice rang out, and a terrifying sword intent instantly condensed. The brilliance of the sword whistled through the air, and an aura that could devour the heavens cut through the surging demonic and ghost chi. At the same time, demonic chi and ghost chi suddenly gushed out of Tion's body, fusing with the original sword intent, bursting out a terrifying and strange sword light. What a terrifying sword light! People saw the sword light that could devour the heavens, and their eyes shook violently. The dazzling sword light was like the sun and the moon, and the moment the brilliance bloomed, no one dared to look directly at it. Doomsday Madness was the strongest move of the three advanced moves of the Proud Sword Tactics. Combined with the Sword of Divine Wheel, the sudden burst of aura was like the roar of a mountain and the roar of a tsunami, and it was difficult to match. Reverse kill. In the next moment, Tion roared and stomped his foot hard. His figure was like a sword, and the huge Sword of Divine Wheel roared, and the space shook again. This move was the move that would determine the winner and determine the life and death of the two. Tion's figure was like a mountain rising from the ground. The monstrous sword will shot up into the sky, and the terrifying aura was getting stronger and stronger. Tion felt an aura that could cut everything from the ground pressing down on him, which made his eyes narrow, and a sense of uneasiness emerged in his heart. Slash! In a low voice, the sword will of Tion's whole body finally burst out after reaching the extreme. The Sword of Divine Wheel was like a dragon, breaking out of the abyss, and an unparalleled sharpness of the sword roared out. At this moment, the air was compressed to the extreme, and sparks appeared in the air, making a strange crackling sound. The incomparably brilliant sword light was dazzling, but it contained the most decisive and most terrifying murderous intent. Boom! The sword will surged out, and the low demonic flow and ghost chi in the dark clouds were torn apart. The next moment, the demonic flow disappeared, and the sword light on the martial arts arena was thick and dazzling. At the same time, under the impact of the Sword of Divine Wheel, Jin's demonic flow sword cracked inch by inch, and the demonic flow chi turned into a black fog and dissipated in the sword light. In just a blink of an eye, the 1,000-meter-long demonic flow sword was directly smashed, and the bloody chi in the air immediately disappeared without a trace. The Sword of Divine Wheel drew a shocking arc in the air, and the sword light was like a meteor falling to the ground, incomparably colorful. As the sword whistled, a shrill and ear-piercing howl came out, and it was extremely painful. The crowd's mouths were wide open, and their chests rose and fell violently. Their breathing became slightly rapid, and they looked at the scene in the sky in disbelief. The sky-devouring sword light directly engulfed Jin. A blood-red figure was like a small boat, struggling in the turbulent waves formed by the sword will. At this moment, Jin seemed to hear the cries of thousands of malicious ghosts. There were countless malicious ghosts in front of him, and he felt suffocated with despair. In his eyes, fear slowly expanded, and his vitality slowly dissipated. Jin was a genius, and he had once said in front of Tion that his talent in swordsmanship was unparalleled. Indeed, Jin's strength and talent were both extraordinary. If he met any opponent of the same level, he could easily kill them in one move. Unfortunately, his opponent was Tion, who used to be the #1 war god in the Heaven Realm, and who was at the peak of swordsmanship in the past. Even if Jin's talent in swordsmanship was amazing, in front of Tion, he was destined to become a tragedy. Nietion's talent and strength had once shocked the entire god realm of the heaven realm. Now, he also shocked the 3,000 small worlds. At a certain moment, Yution suddenly remembered that when he first met Nietion, he saw the latter as an ant that he could kill at any time. But he did not expect that in just a short period of 1 month, the ant that he looked down on would become a dragon of the ninth heaven, sharp and unbeatable. Bang! After a while, Yution could no longer bear the pressure of the sword will. His body tightened, and he was actually crushed. His flesh and blood were directly submerged in the rolling sword will, like a small wave, disappearing on the endless waves. Yution, the self-proclaimed invincible genius of swordsmanship, finally died under the sword of Nietion, and not even his bones were left. The surging sword will disappeared in an instant, and the arena was quiet, as if nothing had happened. In the arena, countless eyes were focused on Nietion, and their eyes were flashing with disbelief. The atmosphere was dead silent. Just then, Nietion's body trembled inexplicably. He felt a faintly discernible aura appear for a moment, and then immediately disappear. Who is it? Almost at the same time, a deep roar came from the void. Chapter 668. Lord Tang Hao. When the crowd saw the face in the air, their hearts sank. Their faces were filled with shock as they cried out in fear. The angry roar just now was made by Tang Hao. His face was gloomy, and a terrifying and mighty aura spread out. Everyone in the arena felt an indescribable feeling of suffocation, as if a rock was pressing down on their chests, and their breathing became hurried. What was going on with Tang Hao's sudden action? It turned out that when Nietion had sensed a vague aura, Tang Hao had also sensed that something was wrong. His ghost eye flashed, and he saw a shadow formed by black chi in the empty air. It seemed to be a human figure, but it was blurry, and he could not see its face clearly. The ghost eye not only had powerful battle prowess, but also had extremely powerful perception. Ordinary illusions, martial arts, and even spirit formations were useless in front of the ghost eye. The fact that this figure could hide in the air for so long, and even Tang Hao could not see its face clearly after activating the ghost eye, was enough to show how terrifying its concealment technique was. This person had been hiding in the air for a long time without making a move, but he had exposed himself when Nietion killed Yution. This made it obvious that the relationship between him and Yution was not simple. Tang Hao's roar fell, but there was no response from the air. "Get out here!" Tang Hao saw that the black figure was slowly disappearing, and he could not help but roar again. His eyes flashed, and an incomparably sharp ray of eye power turned into a crescent blade and attacked. Bang! The crescent blade suddenly shot out, but it was blocked by something in midair and was immediately submerged. A deep moan came out of the air, choking and choking, as if it was an illusion. In the empty space, a few drops of blood appeared out of nowhere and strangely dripped down. A thick and pungent smell filled the air, giving off an extremely bloody feeling. The crowd's eyes trembled violently. They had no idea what was going on, and they all widened their eyes in confusion. Tang Hao was inexplicably furious, and he had attacked the air. Strangely, he had hit something and caused it to bleed. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. "Tang Hao, the ghost eye truly lives up to its name. We will meet again." Just as everyone was bewildered, a hoarse voice rang out from the void. It was boundless, as if it came from all directions, making it impossible for anyone to find the source of the voice. Tang Hao furrowed his brows slightly. His expression was gloomy and terrifying. That person had escaped right under his nose. He had used the ghost eye at such a close distance, but he had not been able to kill his opponent. This person's strength was not below Tang Hao's. However, that person seemed to be afraid of Tang Hao, so he chose to leave. "Brother Tang, did that person escape?" At this time, Mo Zhaojing and the others came out and asked in surprise. Just now, other than Tang Hao, no one noticed that someone was lurking around them. From the direction of Tang Hao's attack, that person was hiding not far from Near Heaven Pavilion. None of the clan heads of the four great clans had noticed the other party's presence. It was truly embarrassing. Even Tang Hao would not have discovered that person if he had not exposed his chi. Tang Hao sighed and shook his head. He did not say anything. In his heart, he had the same question. Who was it that was hiding in the Meru martial meat and did nothing? After being discovered, he immediately left, which made others suspicious. The clan heads of the four great clans looked at each other in dismay. With a knowing look in their eyes, they returned to near Heaven Pavilion. Nether Ghost! Nie Tian stood on the arena. His gaze tightened, and he had a guess in his heart. To be able to hide under the eyes of Tang Hao and the others without being discovered, to be very concerned about Yu Tianjin's death, and to be able to block an attack from Tang Hao's ghost eye at such a close distance. This person could only be the Lord of Ling Xian Heaven Pavilion, Nether Ghost. After confirming the identity of the person hiding, Nie Tian's brows furrowed even more tightly. Did Nether Ghost appear here to watch Yu Tianjin's battle? Nie Tian had personally killed Yu Tianjin, but Nether Ghost did not take revenge. Instead, he was injured by Tang Hao and left. Why? Could it be that he's hatching some big scheme? Nie Tian shook his head with a bitter smile. He could not guess Nether Ghost's motives. He took a step forward and waved his arm. The flowing demon sword appeared in his hand. Just now, when he had killed Yu Tianjin, Nie Tian had snatched the devil flow sword from him. The flowing demon sword was an extremely ferocious sword. If it fell into the hands of others, it would definitely be a killing weapon. However, since it was obtained by Nie Tian, it could only be destroyed. Nie Tian felt the material of the flowing demon sword. It was very good. It seemed to be made of a special material that was no weaker than deep chill meteoric iron. Moreover, there seemed to be a strange power within it that made one's heart palpitate. It's time to upgrade the sword Absolute Heaven Slash. The corner of Nie Tian's mouth slightly rose. He was prepared to upgrade the flowing demon sword Absolute Heaven Slash. The sword Absolute Heaven Slash was only a rank 5 spirit artifact. In Nie Tian's hands, it was a little shabby. Nie Tian planned to restore the sword Absolute Heaven Slash to the level of a rank 9 Emperor artifact. However, this goal was still far away. He needed to slowly modify it. I'll let you hold on to the flowing demon sword for now. When I take the sword, I'll take your life as well. Just as Nie Tian was daydreaming, Yu Tian's voice rang out again. It was calm, but extremely overbearing. Nie Tian suddenly raised his head. His eyes flickered with a sharp light. Who would have thought that that person was still there? That person didn't leave. The crowd's hearts trembled. They looked at the void in astonishment, but they couldn't see a shadow at all. Tang Hao and the others looked even more embarrassed. This person actually dared to speak. It was obvious that he was looking down on the authority of the 4 aristocratic families. In front of so many people, it was like slapping the 4 aristocratic families' faces. Unfortunately, no matter how angry the 4 patriarchs were, they could only endure it. After all, they couldn't even determine where the person was. How could they talk about capturing or killing him? At this moment, True Rain looked at the empty void. Her face under the mask trembled. She thought to herself, Yu Gui, your son is dead. You can still endure it. It seems that the Yuan Qi geographical meridian map is really important to you. Others didn't know, but True Rain was very clear that the person who had been hiding in the Meru martial meat was none other than Yu Gui. Yu Gui watched Yu Tianjin die. The reason why he didn't interfere and didn't even take revenge was because he was afraid that it would threaten the Meru martial meat. If the Meru martial meat was destroyed, the 4 aristocratic families would most likely stop the martial meat. Then the Yuan Qi geographical meridian map would not appear. True Rain didn't know what Yu Gui wanted to do, but he knew that the latter would definitely come to the Meru martial meat. That was why he let Nie Tian kill Yu Tianjin at the martial meat. It was to force Yu Gui to appear. But he didn't expect that Yu Gui would be so patient. He watched his son die with his own eyes, but he still didn't appear. His gloomy nature could be seen. Yu Gui, what exactly is your scheme? True Rain frowned. His eyes revealed worry. Cough, cough. Suddenly, he started coughing and then spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 669. A voice suddenly resounded in Ruo Yu's mind, causing his eyes to tremble and his body to sway. Wood Ghost hadn't left, and he was still talking to Ruo Yu. Ruo Yu's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything and only nodded slightly. Wood Ghost was hiding nearby, but he definitely wouldn't show himself. As long as he didn't show himself, no one would be able to find him. Ruo Yu thought about why Wood Ghost was so desperate to get the map. He was even willing to sacrifice Yu Tianjin's life for it. Rumor had it that the 4 aristocratic families had been unable to find the source of the Earth vein for decades. There was only one reason why Wood Ghost was so desperate for the map, and that was because he was very sure that he could find the source of the Earth vein by following the map. Wood Ghost's figure was completely silent. Anyone in the surroundings could be him. Ruo Yu coughed and spat out another mouthful of blood. He couldn't suppress the blood-severing seal anymore. If he couldn't control it, he wouldn't even be able to last 10 days. Ruo Yu. At this time, a familiar voice sounded. Ruo Yu turned around and saw Nye Tian not far away. The latter walked over with a hint of worry on his face. You can't suppress the blood-severing seal anymore. You should admit defeat against Yu. Nye Tian could feel that the blood-severing seal in Ruo Yu's body had become violent. Even with the faceless mask, there was still a bloody aura permeating the air. I will help you get the map, but you have to help me with one thing. Before Ruo Yu could speak, Nye Tian continued. I want you to bring me to the land of Bloody Massacre's blood altar. Rebirth altar? Ruo Yu's eyes froze for a second. Then he immediately thought of something and said, the Rebirth altar can only resurrect people from the land of Bloody Massacre. Miss Mo isn't from the land of Bloody Massacre, so the altar's power of rebirth is useless on her. Ruo had seen it that day. Mo Rushi's chest had been pierced by Yu, and she had stopped breathing on the spot. He thought that Nye Tian wanted to use the Rebirth altar to save Mo Rushi. However, the Rebirth altar was only useful to the people of the land of Bloody Massacre. It was useless for outsiders. Nye Tian did not explain anything. He nodded slightly and said, I only want you to bring me to the Rebirth altar. As for what I want to do, that's my own business. Rain was stunned again. She thought for a moment and nodded in the end. He knew his own body the best. Without the severing blood seal, even if Ryu only had the cultivation of the 4th tier of the Divine Wheel, she would still be able to fight against Yu. However, the severing blood seal greatly weakened his 9-yang body, making it difficult for him to display his strength. At this time, even if he fought with Yu to the death, there was not much chance of winning. However, it was clearly impossible for Nye Tian to ask Rain to surrender. The battle with Yu was not only related to the geographical pulse map, but also related to the heart of a martial artist. Surrendering before the battle was not something that Rainy Truecase would do. Do you want to fight with Yu? Nye Tian saw the blazing passion in Ruo Yu's eyes and asked indifferently. Rain nodded lightly. Nye Tian narrowed his eyes and asked, How confident are you? 3. Rainy Truecase answered honestly. Without the severing blood seal, he had a 70% chance of winning. However, the severing blood seal changed the outcome of the battle. Be careful. Nye Tian nodded solemnly and did not say much. A martial artist must have courage, and the heart of martial arts must be firm. In some battles, even if the chance of winning was small, or even no chance of winning, one must not retreat. A moment later, the second round of the battle of the top 4 began. Young Master Yu. When the crowd saw Yu appear, they were excited and cheered wildly. Young Master Yu. Young Master Yu. In an instant, the entire martial arts arena was filled with a tsunami of cheers. Each wave was louder than the previous one, as if Yu was already the champion of the martial arts gathering. Indeed, in the hearts of countless people, Yu had a great chance of winning. It was almost certain. After all, he already had the strength of the 9th tier of the Spirit Wheel. Not to mention the martial artists under the age of 50, even all the martial artists in the 3,000 small worlds were at the peak. Now, the only one who could threaten Yu's position as the champion was Nye Tian. However, in the eyes of most people, Even if Nietion's strength was heaven-defying, it was impossible for him to be Mou's opponent. After all, the gap in strength was too big. Mou stood on the martial arts arena and listened to the cheers in his ears. His face revealed an unconcealable smile. He enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention and being admired and respected by everyone. This was the goal he pursued. As the figure of Rainy True Case descended, a strong and unyielding aura appeared in the void. It seemed that even the air had become hard. The Nine-Yang body was the most unyielding and powerful spiritual body of heaven and earth. A terrifying aura was released. It was ferocious and difficult to match. Trash! Mou glanced at Rainy True Case and did not put the other party in his eyes at all. He sneered, revealing his overbearing insolence. With the help of Mo Xing, his strength had been promoted to the 9th tier of the spirit wheel. At this moment, he was in high spirits. Except for Sumi Lingdu and several other top experts of the older generation, Mou did not put anyone else in his eyes. Even Yetion, he was not willing to look him in the eye. Mou, you seem to have forgotten that 2 years ago, he had this kind of mentality. He did not put Yetion in his eyes at all. As a result, the latter relied on his own strength to walk step by step to a position that made him dread. Now, he had regained his arrogance again. It was true that he had forgotten the pain after the scar had healed. Rainy True Case glanced at Mou with blazing eyes and shook his head slightly, declining to comment. People like Mou were talented, but unfortunately, the environment in which he grew up was too comfortable. He always thought that he was the only one in the world worthy of the title of genius. Little did he know that the world was so big that there are endless monstrous geniuses. Not to mention a mere Mou. Even Yetion did not dare to have the slightest arrogance. Mou's mentality had determined that he could not have great achievements in this life. Humph! Mou noticed the disdain in Rainy True Case's eyes. He could not help but sneer and said, "Faceless guy, you did not directly admit defeat. This is the most unwise decision. Your strength is too weak. I can kill you in seconds with just one move." Rainy True Case's eyes narrowed, as if he was looking at an idiot. He did not want to talk any more nonsense with this kind of person. He said indifferently, "Then make your move. I will wait for your move." "You are courting death." Mou was completely enraged. He roared, and his face instantly became ferocious. His figure shook, endless yuan energy gushed out, and he directly shot out a palm. Boom! A huge palm shadow formed in the air with great momentum. Like a city wall, it moved straight toward Rainy True Case. Facing the incoming palm power, Truzar Royu's eyes narrowed, and a golden sword appeared in his hand. It was ferocious and overbearing, swallowing and spitting out the light of the sun. It was incomparably sharp. Chapter 670. The Nine Suns Sky Blade was Trunus Rain's Sword of Primordial Soul. He would only use the Sword of Primordial Soul when facing the most terrifying enemy. In the previous battles of the top 10, Trunus Rain did not use the Nine Sun Sky Blade, even when facing Qiu-Shan's Dragon Arm. What a terrifying Sword of Primordial Soul! The crowd's eyes lit up as they looked at the golden sword in Trunus Rain's hand. It was as dazzling as the sun. No one dared to look at it directly. Trunus Rain took a step forward. His entire body was filled with fighting intent. The Nine Sun Sky Blade immediately released a dazzling white light. It was like the scorching fire that gushed out from the sun. It was so fierce that even the space seemed to be pierced through. Mou was an ancient martial art practitioner who had relied on others to advance to the 9th tier of the Divine Wheel. However, he was extremely arrogant and looked down on everyone. His shamelessness was extraordinary. Trunus Rain stabbed out with the Nine Suns Sky Blade. The white light of the sun attacked. The sharp sword aura tore through everything. The scorching intent in the air became more and more intense. Sword aura. Nietion saw this scene from afar. His pupils suddenly shrank, and his expression became a little sluggish. Not only did Trunus Rain's sword aura merge with the scorching power of the Nine Sun Sky Blade, but he also released the power of his own sword aura. The power of this move was extremely terrifying. Nietion did not expect that Trunus Rain was also a swordsman. Moreover, his level of swordsmanship was very high. A casual move of his could bring the power of the sword aura to the extreme. Trunus Rain's level of swordsmanship was definitely at the sword spirit level. He was even stronger than Nietion. Yu Tianjin boasted that he was an unprecedented genius in swordsmanship. However, he had not even reached the sword spirit level. Compared to Trunus Rain, Yu Tianjin's talent in swordsmanship could only be considered trash. What a powerful move! The crowd's hearts trembled. They felt the scorching sword aura and the terrifying sword aura of the Nine-Sun Skyblade. Their gazes became excited and surprised. Their previous desire to worship Mou disappeared without a trace. This world was cruel. Only those who were strong enough could win the respect of others. Danger! On the near heaven pavilion, Mo Zhaojing could not help but cry out when he sensed the terror of the Nine-Sun Sky edge. Although they were 1,000 meters apart, Mo Zhaojing could still feel the ferocious energy from the Nine-Sun Sky Sword, which surprised him. He guessed that the Nine-Sun Sky Sword's origin spirit was definitely a 7th rank origin spirit. A rank 7 sword spirit was truly terrifying. 4 suns burning the plains. Rain like true tactic roared. His 9 suns' sword essence became stronger and stronger. He looked like a terrifying sun that people couldn't look at directly. As his voice fell, the 9 suns' sword intent in the void condensed into 4 sun-like fireballs and whizzed out. Bang! 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 With 4 muffled sounds, the fireballs directly pierced through the powerful palm force and attacked Mou. Mou felt a trace of danger. His eyes narrowed, and he took a step forward. The greedy wolf snake flame spear pierced out. On the martial arena, flames instantly flourished. The 9 yang sword intent and the power of the serpent flame collided with each other, causing the entire martial arena to be engulfed in a sea of flames. The battle between the white light and the black flame turned into a collision between a sea of flames in the eyes of the crowd. In the air, a scorching heat wave spread out. The crowd was illuminated by the flames. Their foreheads were full of sweat, and even their clothes were burning. The 9-Sun Sky sword was as dazzling as the sun. It actually forced Mou to take a few steps back. The two of them distanced themselves from each other and stood opposite each other. Both of their bodies were filled with soaring light. Mou didn't expect rain-like true tactics strength to be this terrifying. If he didn't have the greedy wolf snake flame spear, it would have been very difficult for him to withstand the 4 suns burning the plains. Is this your one-move kill? Rain-like true tactic sneered and said sarcastically. Just now, Mou said that he would kill him in one move. In the end, he was forced to take a few steps back. At this moment, the crowd's gaze gradually changed. The person they focused on changed from Mou to rain-like true tactic. To be more precise, most people's eyes were on the 9-Sun Sky sword in rain-like true tactic's hand. The sword that was as blazing as the sun really gave people a great visual shock. Mou coldly stared at rain-like true tactic, suppressing a huge anger in his heart. He underestimated the latter too much, which led to him being suppressed in one move. Faceless guy, this young master admits that I underestimated your strength, but next, you won't be so lucky. His eyes flashed coldly, and Mou restored his insolent state. In fact, he was hoping to see rain-like true tactic being the focus of everyone's attention, because as long as he killed the latter, he could prove his strength even more. Today, he wanted to use rain-like true tactic's life to prove to the world that he, Mou, was the #1 evildoer of Sumi Ling capital. Thinking of this, Mou's heart actually felt a little happy. Rain-like true tactic guessed what Mou was thinking and could not help but shake his head and smile. This person, Mou, was proud and arrogant, but he did not want to make progress. He wholeheartedly pursued fame and profit. He did not cultivate for the sake of martial arts, but for the sake of being respected by others. This had already lost the original intention of being a martial artist. His heart of martial arts had been imprisoned by fame. The title of evildoer was really ridiculous. Once again, Mou felt the contempt in rain-like true tactics' eyes, which made him furious. He roared, "My next move will take your life." Mou's figure flashed, and the yuan energy in his whole body burst out. The raging flames on the greedy wolf snake flame spear surged up and spread 100 meters away. A sea of fire appeared in the air, like a surging wave, and directly pressed down on rain-like true tactic. The strength of a ninth-tier divine wheel martial artist, coupled with the terrifying power of a ninth-tier emperor weapon, was really terrifying. Mou is angry. The crowd's eyes became blazing, and they exclaimed one after another. This was a scene they were happy to see, a battle of life and death. Mou's all-out attack obviously wanted to take rain-like true tactics life. 5 suns burning wild. In the face of Mou's all-out attack, rain-like true tactics' eyes trembled a little. The yuan energy in his whole body was mobilized, and the fierce and overbearing sword will of 9 suns permeated the air. The 5 flames of 9 suns scuttled up and down, very strange. 4 suns burning wild and 5 suns burning wild were all innate magical powers of the body of 9 suns. Coupled with the fierce and yang sword will of 9 suns, the power was very terrifying. However, at this moment, rain-like true tactics' body suddenly trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The yuan energy in his body collapsed in an instant, and a heart-wrenching, tearing force attacked his whole body. His face began to slowly bleed, and a bloody smell appeared in the air. What's going on? The sudden scene made the crowd's eyes dull, and they were stunned. Originally, rain-like true tactics momentum was completely on par with Mou's. How could he suddenly spit out blood, and all the momentum in his body was lost? Oh no, rain-like true tactics splitting blood seal is acting up. Tian frowned, and his eyes trembled. Rain-like true tactics splitting blood seal acting up at this time was simply fatal. Chapter 671. Mou made a killing move when true Suruoyu's severing blood seal flared up. The situation was very critical. If this blow hit, even if true Suruoyu did not die, he would still be crippled. Danger! When the crowd saw this scene, their hearts tightened and they could not help but shout. Although they did not know what happened to true Suruoyu, most people could see that it seemed that his old injury had flared up, making it difficult for him to display his strength. Tian's face sank. He fiercely stepped on the ground, and his figure soared into the sky. True Suruoyu was Rui Qinyu's elder brother. Moreover, he was the key to Tian finding the rebirth altar. He could not allow the latter to die. On the battle stage, the severing blood seal in true Suruoyu's body suddenly flared up. His whole body's spirit energy was imprisoned by the power of the seal, and he could not circulate at all. Mou's fatal move fell. In the air, a black flame snake whizzed over. It opened its bloody mouth and flicked out its fiery tongue, as if it wanted to swallow everything. True Suruoyu's pupils suddenly shrank. Even if his mind was tough, he still showed despair and fear at the moment of life and death. He was not afraid of death, but he still had too many things to accomplish. He was unwilling to die at this time. The hearts of the crowd jumped to their throats. Their eyes widened as they looked at the scene on the battle stage. Many people had already imagined the scene of true Suruoyu being swallowed by the flame snake. At this critical moment, a sudden change occurred. The moment the black flame snake attacked true Suruoyu's body, a shocking sword shadow descended from the void and tyrannically fell. Bang! In a fierce collision, the sword shadow blocked the fatal blow of the flame snake, giving true Suruoyu a chance to survive. True Suruoyu stepped on the ground, and with the remaining spirit energy in his body, he directly jumped off the battle stage. The next moment, all the eyes of the entire battle stage focused on the figure in the air. It was him who had saved true Suruoyu, and he was not someone else but Tian. It's Elder Tian. Is he crazy? The crowd looked at Tian strangely astonished. In order to save Ruoyu, Nie Tian had directly interfered in the martial group competition. This was definitely a public provocation to the Meru martial group. Provoking the Meru martial meeting was provoking the four great families. The patriarchs of the four great families were all present. How could they let Nie Tian live? Even if Nie Tian was a red-robed elder, he was the one who provoked them first. Even if the four patriarchs joined hands to kill him, the Alchemist Guild would not be able to say anything. More importantly, Nie Tian had already reached the finals of the Shumi martial meeting and was about to face off against Mou. Intervening at this time was tantamount to ruining his qualification for the final battle of the Shumi martial meeting. Now, the Summer martial meeting could directly deprive Nie Tian of the right to fight, and Mou could easily become the champion of the martial meeting. How can Nie Tian not think of what everyone was thinking? But Ruoyu was very important to him, so he couldn't let her die. He could give up on the Shumi martial meeting chief, and he could give up on a Yuan Qi geographical meridian diagram, but Ruoyu could not die. At the martial meet grounds, it was dead silent for more than 10 seconds. Everyone looked at Nie Tian, unable to speak for a long time. Nie Tian. Suddenly, Mou's vicious voice sounded, almost like a roar. His bloodshot eyes stared at Nie Tian, wishing he could peel off the latter's skin and pull out his tendons. It was Nie Tian again, saving people from his hands at the most critical moment. This made the roar in Mou's heart even more difficult to restrain. Originally, he had already set it up. As long as he killed Ruoyu, the audience would certainly burst into thunderous cheers. Unfortunately, Nie Tian's tyrannical intervention not only saved Ruoyu, but also attracted the attention of the audience. Once again, Nie Tian had stolen the limelight that should have belonged to him. Mou. Nie Tian ignored Mou at this moment and looked up at the near heaven pavilion. The four people up there were the ones who could really decide everything. Whoosh! Just when everyone was surprised and attentive, Nie Tian suddenly made a strange move. The absolute heaven slash appeared in his hand, and he thrust his sword at the near heaven pavilion. A thin and weak sword intent whistled out, making an ear-piercing whistling sound in the air. Immediately, it rushed to the boundless sky, blooming a gorgeous sword flower in the air, and then disappeared. What is he doing? The crowd looked at the sword flower that flashed high in the sky and expressed their puzzlement at Nie Tian's action. At this moment, he thrust his sword at the near heaven pavilion. Was he provoking the four clan heads? The entire martial arts arena became deathly silent. Anyone could smell the depression in the air. It seemed that something terrible was about to happen. On the viewing platform, everyone's eyes were fixed on Nie Tian. Gu Yi and the others were no exception. Nie Tian, my little ancestor, what are you doing? Gu Yi complained incessantly in his heart. He could understand Nie Tian's action of saving Ruoyu, but what was the meaning of that sword thrust at the near heaven pavilion? Did he have the strength to provoke the four clan heads? If Nie Tian only violated the rules of the Shumi martial meet and saved a person, this kind of mistake, the Alchemist Guild would protect him with all their strength and would definitely be able to save his life. But that sword just now was full of provocation. It was simply courting death. At this moment, even if Meng Fanshen and the others all came, the four clan heads would not let it go. In front of so many people, being provoked by a young martial artist, if the four clan heads did not kill Nie Tian, where would the face of the four great clans be? Just as Nie Tian stabbed out with his sword, the expressions of the four people in the heaven pavilion became complicated and strange, especially Tang Hao. His expression was one of extreme shock, and he kept repeating one sentence in his heart. How could he know this move? How could he know this move? That sword just now did not have any power, but it was very dazzling, and it spread very far. This move was called Thousand Li Sword Intent. It was a sword move created by Nie Tian in his previous life. It did not have any battle power, but the sword intent was endless, condensed, and not scattered. If the sword realm was cultivated to the profound meaning of the sword intent could spread for 1,000 li, so it was called Thousand Li Sword Intent. The reason why he suddenly used this move was because this move was taught to Tang Hao by Nie Tian in his previous life. Tang Hao's talent in the way of the sword was slow and was not suitable for the path of the sword. Nie Tian had spent a lot of effort to teach Tang Hao this move. Thousandly sword intent. Only Nie Tian and his 9 direct disciples knew this move. No one else knew it. This was more like a symbol, and Nie Tian would teach all of his direct disciples. Zhang Yifeng, Duanmu Liu, and Yang Zixiao had not learned it yet, but Nie Tian would teach them sooner or later. Nie Tian, provoking the 4 big aristocratic families, you have a death wish. At this moment, a low roar sounded. Above the near heaven pavilion, a figure rolled down, carrying a terrifying pressure. Without any hesitation, he directly slammed his palm down on Nie Tian. Lord Mo Zhaojing. The crowd's eyes focused, and when they saw the figure that suddenly descended, their hearts trembled violently. The corner of Mo Zhaojing's mouth raised into a cold smile. In this attack, he spared no effort. It was obvious that he wanted to take Nie Tian's life. His palm force was fierce, and the palm force was vast. His combat power was many times stronger than MOU's. Although Mo Zhaojing and Mo Yu were both in the 9th tier of the Divine Wheel, Mo Zhaojing had immersed himself in the pinnacle of the Divine Wheel for decades and had long understood this realm to the extreme. Mo Yu, who had only reached the 9th tier of the Divine Wheel through enlightenment, could not compare at all. Chapter 672. Mo Zhaojing slammed his palm down with all his might. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Tang Hao in one blow. Since he had made his move, he would not let Nie Tian live. What a terrifying palm strike! When the crowd saw the sudden scene, their gazes immediately trembled. It was as though a ball of fire was burning in their hearts, and their breathing became rapid. Mo Zhaojing was a warrior at the peak of the 9th tier of the Divine Wheel. Together with Tang Hao, he stood at the pinnacle of the 3,000 lesser realms. A palm strike with all his might set off a violent gale in the entire arena. Everyone felt as though there were wind blades slicing through the air, and their faces were about to be sliced apart. Nie Tian's eyes narrowed as he sensed the tyrannical palm force rushing towards him. His brows furrowed slightly, but there was not the slightest hint of panic on his face. Moreover, he did not react at all. He merely stood quietly in the void, his eyes fixed on the heaven-approaching pavilion. He was waiting for someone to appear. The sword strike, just now, was not to provoke the 4 aristocratic families. It was a show for Tang Hao. However, don't disappoint me. My life is in your hands. Nie Tian looked calm on the surface, but he was actually breaking out in cold sweat in his heart. Stop! At the critical moment, a loud shout was heard. Immediately, a figure appeared like a ghost. A ray of flowing light suddenly appeared in the air, and a strange shield wrapped around Nie Tian. Boom! In the air, there was a loud explosion. The tyrannical and terrifying palm strike landed on Nie Tian's body, but it was blocked by the layer of flowing light around him. The palm strike overflowed in all directions and set off a violent hurricane. How terrifying! Everyone could not help but lean to the side. Like wheat under the howling wind, they almost all fell. The crowd's bodies leaned to the side, but their gazes never left Nie Tian. They were shocked to find that Mo Zhaojing's palm strike with all his might did not break the shield on Nie Tian's body. Nie Tian was unharmed. How was this possible? What kind of sudden attack could block Mo Zhaojing's palm strike? Don't hurt him! The domineering voice sounded again. A ghostly figure appeared and blocked between Nie Tian and Mo Zhaojing. Lord Tang Hao. The crowd looked in the direction of the voice and saw a peerlessly domineering figure. Their hearts trembled to the extreme, and their emotions boiled to the extreme. Tang Hao. It was actually Tang Hao who saved Nie Tian at the most critical moment. Tang Hao and Mo Zhaojing were known as the 2 peaks. However, Tang Hao's name was always ranked before Mo Zhaojing's. In other words, in everyone's hearts, Tang Hao was the strongest person in the 3,000 lesser realms. Even if Mo Zhaojing stood shoulder to shoulder with him, he would still be slightly inferior. The crowd was relieved when they saw Tang Hao block Mo Zhaojing's attack. However, Everyone felt an inexplicable throbbing in their hearts, as if they were looking forward to the ultimate battle between Tang Hao and Mo Zhaojing. The battle between the two peak experts would definitely be earth-shattering. Who wouldn't be looking forward to it? However, there was no great enmity between Tang Hao and Mo Zhaojing, and they usually respected each other. Would they fight over a mere Nietian? On the viewing platform, Gu Yi, Elder Yi, and the others' hearts were in their throats. Mo Zhaojing's attack just now had almost scared them out of their wits. Seeing Tang Hao suddenly make a move, their hearts were inexplicably calm, but also extremely shocked. Logically speaking, when Nietian provoked the four aristocratic families, the person who should make a move the most should be Tang Hao. After all, the Tang family was the leader of the four aristocratic families. However, what was surprising was that not only did Tang Hao not make a move to kill, he even made a move to save Mo Zhaojing. This logic didn't make sense at all. Elder Yi watched from the side, but his expression was somewhat gloomy. The clash between Tang Hao and Mo Zhaojing just now was so powerful that he felt inferior. Thinking back to the past, he and the two of them were equally terrifying existences. However, with the passage of time, his strength had already pulled apart from the two of them. This was, of course, the result of the curse of demon sealing. If not for the curse of demon sealing, Elder Ye's current strength would definitely not be below Tang Hao and Mo Zhaojing. In the sky above the stage, because of Tang Hao's sudden action, the atmosphere immediately became strange. Brother Tang, what is the meaning of this? Mo Zhaojing stood tall in the sky. His entire body was circulating with a strange light. His body was trembling, and his eyes were suppressing his anger as he growled. He had originally suspected that Nietian and Tang Hao had some relationship. Now that Tang Hao suddenly made a move to save Nietian, wouldn't this relationship be confirmed? At this moment, Mo Zhaojing was convinced that Nietian was indeed a hidden chess piece arranged by Tang Hao. His goal was to suppress the Mo family. Nietian had once casually taken out a heaven-ranked martial technique and a rank 9 emperor weapon. This kind of extravagance, even the Tang family could not take out. Therefore, it was impossible for him to be someone arranged by Tang Hao. However, Mo Zhaojing's mind was muddled by resentment. How could he think of these things? Tang Hao turned around and glanced at Mo Zhaojing. He frowned and said heavily, "Brother Mo, I can't explain it to you, but you can't kill Elder Nietian. Can't explain it to me?" Mo Zhaojing's eyes stared fixedly at Tang Hao. His anger burst forth, and he forcefully suppressed it. In his heart, he roared, "Tang Hao, of course you can't explain it to me. Nietian was obviously secretly supported by you to suppress my Mo family. You can't just watch him die." Tang Hao knew that Mo Zhaojing was angry in his heart, but he did not care too much about it. His gaze looked towards Nietian, and his eyes actually became lifeless. Looking at Nietian at such a close distance, Tang Hao could feel that the gaze and aura of the youth in front of him were completely different from the person he respected in his heart. They were exactly the same. In Nietian's eyes, there was determination, decisiveness, indifference, arrogance, fearlessness, and other qualities. They were exactly the same as the other Nietian. This Nietian and the other Nietian were basically the same person. Their gaze and aura were naturally the same. Tang Hao stood in the air, and the lifelessness in his eyes gradually became stronger. He remembered many things, and everything seemed so unreal. After being stunned for a full 10 seconds, Tang Hao's eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light. His body was as if he was electrocuted, and he violently trembled. His voice also became trembling, and he said shakily, "You, who exactly are you?" Tang Hao did not dare to ask, but he had to. If he did not get an answer from Nietian, he would simply go crazy. "Do you want to eat your fill?" Nietian stood in the air, his gaze firm and indifferent, but he could not hide his excitement. He suddenly opened his mouth, but said a strange sentence. Everyone in the arena was thunderstruck by this sentence. Their expressions were extremely astonished, and they were bombarded to the extreme. Nie Tian actually asked the head of the Tang family, the head of the 4 great aristocratic families, "Do you want to eat your fill?" What did this mean? Was he crazy or stupid? However, what made people astonished was that Nie Tian's indifferent words fell into Tang Hao's ears like thunder from the ninth heaven. Every word was like a terrifying clap of thunder, causing Tang Hao to feel dizzy, and his entire consciousness became blurred at this moment. "Do you want to eat your fill?" Those words might mean nothing to other people, but to Tang Hao, they were life-changing words. Because the first time Nie Tian met Tang Hao, this was what he said. Chapter 673. In the arena, everyone's eyes were focused on Nie Tian and Tang Hao. Tang Hao's expression became strange and complicated. His heart was in turmoil, and countless scenes flashed through his mind. Nie Tian's casual words made Tang Hao recall countless things from the past. Every single thing, every single scene, every single word was the most precious thing to Tang Hao. Those were all of Tang Hao's memories of Nie Tian, and no one could blaspheme them. "Who exactly are you?" Suddenly, Tang Hao suddenly flew into a rage. 3 ghost blades suddenly appeared in his eyes, and his entire person immediately turned into a god of death, as if he was going to eat someone at any time. No matter what, Tang Hao wanted to thoroughly understand who the youth in front of him was. Until this moment, he still did not dare to believe that the Nie Tian in front of him was the Nie Tian in his heart. Seeing that Tang Hao was completely angry, Nie Tian did not show the slightest bit of fear, nor was he the slightest bit unhappy. The angrier Tang Hao was, the more important his teacher, Nie Tian, was in his heart. Who would get angry for someone who is insignificant? Especially in this kind of situation, where the people of the 3,000 small worlds were watching, Tang Hao, as a peak expert, should even more maintain the bearing of a grandmaster. His current rage precisely showed that Nie Tian's position in his heart could not be replaced by anyone, and even more so, could not be blasphemed by anyone. Nie Tian took a deep breath, and the gaze he looked at Tang Hao became more gratified. As his teacher, he was also very happy that his former disciple could grow to this extent. "You." However, Nie Tian's expression made Tang Hao feel an indescribable anger, and he roared, "Don't do that person's actions again." Nie Tian's gaze and actions were exactly the same as before. He looked at Tang Hao like he was looking at a child, watching him grow day by day, improving day by day. He was extremely gratified. However, this kind of action touched the bottom line in Tang Hao's heart, and the latter could not tolerate it. If not for the fact that he wanted to find out Nie Tian's identity, Tang Hao would have already killed him. Nie Tian nodded deeply, and the corner of his mouth opened and closed, but he did not make a sound. Instead, he transmitted his voice to Tang Hao. After you hear what I'm going to say next, don't overreact." Nie Tian called him that again. And in his heart, he told himself that he would never call him that again, because Tang Hao had grown up. When Tang Hao heard this address, his tall and sturdy body, his tall and sturdy body, his tall and sturdy, his tall and sturdy, his tall and sturdy body's body, his tall and sturdy. Tang only allowed Nie Tian to call him that, and Hao's name. And Hao. At that moment, Tang Hao's eyes became strange. He seemed to see a familiar face standing in front of him, looking at him with a kind face and a faint smile. "You're the teacher." Finally, after countless struggles in his heart, Tang Hao said in astonishment. The shock, astonishment, and joy in his heart converged into an extremely complicated gaze, staring at Nie Tian. "Yes." Nie Tian nodded deeply, the corner of his mouth raised indifferently, and transmitted his voice. "Looking back at the world, the spirit is like a mountain. No one can compare to me." Tang Hao's body trembled, and he could not help but take a step back. His eyes immediately became moist. "Looking back at the world, the spirit is like a mountain. No one can compare to me." This was the evaluation of Nie Tian by the Snow Emperor, one of the 9 emperors of the Heaven Realm. After that, it was widely spread in the Heaven Realm, and because of this, Nie Tian would become the next 9 emperors after the Snow Emperor. Unfortunately, Nie Tian was later framed by Luo Chenhun and Luo Xian, and the legend of Heaven Realm's #1 war god came to an end. "You really are," Tang Hao said the second half of the sentence, and he could no longer hold back the tears in his eyes. His eyes flickered with a strange expression, and his body leaned forward, actually about to kneel on the spot. The heads of the 4 aristocratic families knelt down to Niet Tian in front of the eyes of tens of thousands of people. If this scene happened, Niet Tian would become an immortal legend in the 3,000 small worlds. Everyone's eyes became blurred at this moment. Looking at the 2 figures in the sky, they simply did not know what was going on. Lord Tang Hao. However, when Tang Hao's knees were halfway down, Niet Tian's voice suddenly sounded, like a warning bell, causing the former's body to stiffen in midair. In fact, Niet Tian did not want to recognize Tang Hao in this kind of situation, because he was afraid that the latter would have an unexpected reaction. He did not want to reveal his identity, especially in this kind of situation. If Tang Hao really knelt down just now, it was estimated that the eyeballs of everyone present would pop out. Tang Hao's expression suddenly froze, and he suddenly remembered Niet Tian's reminder just now that he was not allowed to have an excessive reaction. He immediately realized something, and his body suddenly straightened up, but there was no way to hide the tears in his eyes. Everyone foolishly looked at Tang Hao. Just now, the latter seemed like he was going to kneel down to Niet Tian. What exactly was going on? Mo Zhaojing was the closest to Tang Hao, and he caught the latter's reaction from start to finish. If he did not see it with his own eyes, he would not believe that Tang Hao would actually have such a reaction. At this moment, he was beginning to be uncertain about Niet Tian's identity. Tang Hao's attitude towards Niet Tian was clearly respectful. That kind of gaze was simply a gaze of worship. Tang Hao is already the #1 person in the 3,000 small worlds. How could he suddenly be so respectful toward a youth? Who exactly was Niet Tian? Tang Hao, I'll tell you about what happened to me later. But right now, you must do me a favor and let me continue to participate in the Shumi martial meet. Niet Tian nodded slightly and transmitted his voice to Tang Hao. Now is not the time to explain to Tang Hao. The most important matter was still the Shumi martial meet. Niet Tian and Tang Hao had already acknowledged each other, so the matter of him breaking the rules of the Shumi martial meet was naturally not a big deal. With Tang Hao here, no one would be able to harm Niet Tian. Only, the Shumi martial meet was still very important to Niet Tian, because only the champion of the martial meet could obtain the Yuan Qi geographical vein map, and Niet Tian very much needed the Yuan Qi geographical vein map. Don't worry, teacher. I will definitely let you continue to participate in the martial meet. Tang Hao bowed slightly, respectfully. This scene, in the eyes of the others, was extremely shocking. Everyone was guessing what kind of person Niet Tian was. For Tang Hao to actually speak to him like this, it was clearly the respect of a junior to an elder. No one knew what Niet Tian and Tang Hao had just said, but that sentence, "Do you want to eat your fill?" made people's imaginations run wild. Seeing Tang Hao's actions, Niet Tian laughed bitterly, his heart incomparably gratified. More than 100 years had passed, and Tang Hao's attitude towards him had not changed at all. This was Niet Tian's judgment in accepting disciples. Tang Hao's gaze flickered, and the tears at the corners of his eyes disappeared. Just at this moment, he suddenly realized something, and the expression on his face abruptly changed. Immediately after, his pupils strangely changed, and countless red lines appeared, with the center of his pupils as the center, radiating outwards, covering the entire pupil. It was abnormally strange. Teacher, Tang Hao turned around in shock, and once again looked at Niet Tian. The transmitted words were only half spoken, and the rest of the words were too excited to be spoken. Chapter 674. Niet Tian looked at the countless red, radiating lines in Tang Hao's eyes. Each red line was a ghost blade, and all the ghost blades connected together to fill Tang Hao's eyes. Tang Hao's eyes turned a dazzling blood-red color, which looked very strange. Myriad Tribulations Ghost Eye. It's definitely the legendary Myriad Tribulations Ghost Eye. Niet Tian was almost screaming in his heart. Standing in front of Tang Hao, he could clearly feel that the latter's eye power had increased by several times, becoming even more oppressive. Just by looking at Tang Hao, he could feel a real sense of suffocation. The ghost, I was an innate special eye, but it was not ranked among the 10 great innate special eyes. The reason was that none of the owners of the ghost I had ever opened it to the level of myriad tribulations ghost eye. Even in the heaven realm and the God realm, the most powerful ghost, I was only the 3-edged ghost eye. As for myriad tribulations ghost eye and blood moon ghost eye, people only knew these two names, but had never seen them before. Tang Hao had become the first person to open myriad tribulations ghost eye. How could Nye Tian not be excited? Who knew how powerful myriad tribulations ghost eye would be? Just now, Tang 13 had used the newly opened 3-edged ghost eye to kill Long Air, and myriad tribulations ghost eye was 1,000 times stronger than 3-edged ghost eye. The power contained within it was unimaginable. Tang Hao stood rooted to the ground, his expression petrified. After a full 10 seconds, he finally reacted. He had already opened 3-edged ghost eye for decades. He thought that he would never have the chance to open myriad tribulations ghost eye in this lifetime. Who knew that he would meet the person he respected the most in his previous life and accidentally open the legendary myriad tribulations ghost eye? Seeing Nye Tian again, Tang Hao was too excited. The ghost I was tearing up. Perhaps this was his opportunity to open myriad tribulations ghost eye. Hey, what's wrong with Lord Tang Hao? The crowd saw Tang Hao's sluggish expression and slightly trembling gaze. The latter was a peak expert. What could make him so shocked? Not far from Tang Hao, Mo Zhaojing suddenly felt something. His heart suddenly thumped, and his face became waxy yellow. Mo Zhaojing could feel that Tang Hao's eyes had changed. They had become extremely oppressive, as if they were many times stronger than before. Tang Hao's ghost eye, Mo Zhaojing's eyes flashed with unconcealable fear, his heart beating wildly. He's become stronger again. Even though Tang Hao was the #1 person in the 3,000 small worlds, Mo Zhaojing still had a competitive heart. In his heart, he believed that even if Tang Hao was very strong, he would at most be on par with him. However, it was different now. Tang Hao's ocular powers had clearly become stronger. This made Mo Zhaojing feel a strong sense of danger. This sense of danger made Mo Zhaojing uneasy. Teacher, my ghost eye seems to be. Tang Hao calmed down, and his eyes returned to normal, but he still could not believe it. He trembled as he transmitted his voice to Nye Tian. He was so excited that his tongue was spinning. That's right, you've already activated the myriad calamity ghost eyes. Nye Tian nodded with a smile, his eyes filled with boundless pride. Receiving Nye Tian's confirmation, Tang Hao's eyes flashed with a hint of great surprise. If there were not so many people present, he would have definitely cheered and jumped up. After a moment, Tang Hao finally calmed down. He took a deep breath and looked at Mo Zhaojing. Even though he did not activate the ghost eye, the powerful ocular powers in his eyes still made Mo Zhaojing feel a great threat. Mo Zhaojing also calmed down. Even though Tang Hao became stronger, he could not openly attack. After all, Mo Zhaojing did not do anything wrong. Everyone had seen Nye Tian's provocative actions just now. It was reasonable for Mo Zhaojing to kill him. The crowd looked at the confrontation between Tang Hao and Mo Zhaojing. Their eyes became fiery, and their hearts were filled with anticipation. At a certain moment, Mo Zhaojing suddenly looked at the pavilion near the sky and shouted loudly, "Brother Gu, Brother Qiu, are you two going to keep watching?" Nye Tian's actions had caused the Tang and Mo family heads to take action, but the Gu and Qiu family heads had not appeared. It was obviously not appropriate. Gu Xuanmiao and Qiu Shinfeng landed. The 4 family heads gathered. "Brother Tang, don't you owe us an explanation for your sudden action?" Seeing the other 2 arrive, Mo Zhaojing swept a glance at Tang Hao and said coldly. It was obvious that he wanted to join forces with the other 2 family heads to pressure Tang Hao. After all, Nye Tian had broken the rules of the martial gathering first, and Mo Zhaojing had acted later. Tang Hao's face was as calm as water. His gaze swept across the other 3, and after thinking for a moment, he said directly, "You 3, what happened just now was indeed Lord Nye Tian's fault. but he was anxious to save his friend, and it was understandable that he acted impulsively. I am willing to take on everything for him, but he must continue to participate in the martial gathering. Tang Hao was not a tactful person. He was straightforward. Nie Tian had indeed done wrong, so he had to admit it. But at the same time, he also showed his domineering side and directly said that Nie Tian must continue to participate in the martial gathering. What's wrong with Lord Tang Hao? Is he very familiar with Elder Nie Tian? When the crowd heard Tang Hao's words, their gazes froze, and their hearts filled with questions. If Meng Fanchen had stepped forward and said that he would take on everything for Nie Tian, that would be reasonable. But Tang Hao and Nie Tian were strangers, so why would he say such a thing? Pardonable. Mo Zhaojing laughed coldly, and his shady gaze swept across Nie Tian's body. He said indifferently, "Brother Tang, this person is not related to you, so why do you want to take on everything for him?" He had long suspected the relationship between Tang Hao and Nie Tian. Now that Tang Hao said such a thing, he was even more convinced of his guess. Gu Xuanmiao and Xiao Shanfeng also looked at Tang Hao, waiting for him to give an explanation. Tang Hao did not say anything, and only looked at the three people. After a moment, the expressions of Mo Zhaojing and the other two people changed slightly. "All right, I agree to let Elder Nie Tian continue to participate in the martial gathering." Gu Xuanmiao was the first to agree. He could not hide the smile on his face, as if he had picked up a great bargain. "I also agree." Xiao Shanfeng hesitated for a moment, then also said, "What's going on? You changed so quickly." The change in attitude of the Gu and Xiao family heads caused the crowd to be puzzled and astonished. Nie Tian frowned slightly. Looking at the expressions of the two people, he knew that Tang Hao must have transmitted his voice to them and promised them great benefits. In any case, the following martial gathering was only a duel between Nie Tian and Mou. It did not have much to do with their two families. If they could sell Tang Hao a favor and obtain great benefits at the same time, why not? "Brother Mo, what about you?" Tang Hao looked at Mo Zhaojing and asked indifferently. Similarly, Tang Hao had also promised great benefits to Mo Zhaojing, but the latter seemed to be hesitating. Mo Zhaojing weighed in his heart, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. He suddenly looked at Mou. The latter's battle intent was overflowing, and his killing intent was clear. Mou and Nie Tian already had a life and death battle. At this time, fighting with Nie Tian was very advantageous to Mou. Nie Tian's strength was soaring almost every day, and Mou had already reached the peak. No matter how much he cultivated, there was no improvement. If the two of them were to fight again a year later, Mou would definitely not be Nie Tian's opponent. Mo Zhaojing suddenly thought of something, and his expression became slightly cold. He suddenly looked at Nie Tian and said in an awe-inspiring tone, "Nie Tian, if you want to continue participating in the martial gathering, you have to agree to a request of mine." "Speak." Nie Tianling replied indifferently. Chapter 675. No victory or defeat, only life and death. Mo Zhaojing's words caused an uproar in the audience. Mo Zhaojing is forcing Elder Nie Tian to his death. Young Master Mou is already at the peak of the spirit wheel level. Even if Elder Nie Tian's strength is strange, he can't be his opponent. Yes, Mo Zhaojing's move seems a bit overbearing. Elder Nie Tian broke the rules of the martial arts gathering first. There's nothing we can do about it. If he doesn't dare to fight, he can just withdraw. Everyone was talking about it, and their eyes showed an inexplicable throbbing. Everyone was inclined to let Nie Tian agree. The battle between Mou and Nie Tian would definitely be very exciting. "Brother Mo, your proposal." Before Nie Tian could speak, Tang Hao spoke first. He already knew Nie Tian's identity, but he was still a little worried about Nie Tian's strength. Although he didn't know what happened to Nie Tian, Tang Hao wouldn't watch him take the risk. Mou was too strong. Tang Hao estimated that there were less than 5 people in the 3,000 small worlds who could defeat Mou. To put it bluntly, even Gu Xuanmiao and Xiao Shanfeng, 2 of the 4 great family heads, might not be Mou's opponent. However, Tang Hao had only spoken halfway when Nie Tian's voice sounded. His face was indifferent, firm, and confident. That's exactly what I was thinking. I agree. How could Nyetian not know what Mo Zhaojing was thinking? Mo Zhaojing saw that Nyetian was weak now and was afraid that he would be disadvantageous to Mou in the future. But how could Mo Zhaojing know what Nyetian's current strength was? Even he himself couldn't accurately define it. How could Mo Zhaojing know? Currently, Nyetian's strength was at the 3rd level of the spirit will level, but he had endless trump cards. The 3 seals of the God of War, the sword formation of the AO, sword technique, the forbidden move, the 9-star dragon vein body, and the most terrifying thing was that Nyetian could already use the heaven shrouding totem. Even if he couldn't fully display the power of the heaven shrouding totem, it was still at the initial stage. At least he didn't need to be afraid of Mou. Very good. When Mo Zhaojing heard Nyetian agree, he smiled coldly. His face was as gloomy as dripping water. The muscles on his face inexplicably trembled, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Nyetian, you can only lose against Mou. You cannot win. To win, you don't have to win on the chessboard. You can also win outside of the chessboard. Mo Zhaojing looked at Nyetian and said coldly. Nyetian noticed a strange look in Mo Zhaojing's eyes. The latter seemed to be plotting something, which made him feel uneasy. Tang Hao looked at Nyetian. He knew the latter's temperament. Once he had decided on something, he would not change his mind. He did not try to persuade him, but he became more cautious in his heart. Tang Hao had dealt with Mo Zhaojing for decades and knew how shrewd the latter was. He would never do something he was not sure of. Since he proposed to let Nyetian and Mou fight to the death, it was certain that Mou would win. Was Mo Zhaojing so confident in Mou's strength? This made Tang Hao faintly feel that things might not be so simple. Nyetian agreed to a life and death duel with Mou. The entire martial arena was boiling. The next ultimate duel was bound to be very exciting. Nyetian, since you are courting death, don't blame me. Mou looked at Nyetian from afar. His eyes were cold and full of murderous intent. A moment later, under the gaze of thousands of people, 2 figures appeared on the martial arena. Mou stood on the martial arena, his body straight, his eyes disdainful, and his arrogant face was like a blooming chrysanthemum. This was the strongest battle of the Shumi martial meet. As long as he won this match, he, Mou, would become the most dazzling person in the 3,000 small worlds, respected by millions of people, and infinitely glorious. This was what Mou pursued, to become the most dazzling person. On the other hand, Nyetian's face was indifferent, and his eyes were so calm that it made people's hearts palpitate. Nyetian. Seeing Nyetian's calm face, an inexplicable anger ignited in Mou's heart. He stared at the other party coldly. The corners of his mouth pulled up into a cold smile, and said in a cold voice, I am now the #1 evildoer of Shumi Ling City, yet you still dare to have a life and death duel with me. Should I say that you are brave or stupid? In Mou's view, Nyetian agreeing to a life and death duel with him was simply suicidal. He was now at the peak of the spirit wheel realm, and even dared to fight against Tang Hao and the others. Nyetian was only at the 3rd tier of the spirit wheel realm. How could he fight against him? Nyetian's face was as calm as water, like an ancient well without ripples. He shook his head and said with a smile, Mou, what you pursue is just worldly fame. What I'm pursuing is the eternal martial Tao. The 2 of us have never been on the same level. There are too many things in your heart, which is destined that you can never become a true expert in this life. Because a true expert is fearless and never backs down. You will never be able to do this. The faint voice fell into Mou's ears, but it was like muffled thunder, bombarding his soul and making him feel uneasy. He despised Nyetian, but at the same time, he wanted to defeat him. This was very contradictory in itself. However, Nyetian had never attached any importance to him. To Nyetian, this life-or-death duel was nothing more than a chance for him to gain some experience. On the path of martial arts, the heart of martial arts was the most important, even more important than talent. If the heart of martial arts was not firm, no matter how high one's talent was, it would be a waste. Tian, who do you think you are to actually teach me a lesson? Mou's heart was burning with anger. With a roar, he could no longer control himself and directly attacked. With a roar, the greedy wolf snake flame spear appeared in Mou's hand. The spear stabbed out, and the black snake flame raged out, turning into a giant black flaming snake. Its huge fangs flashed with a black cold light as it fiercely pounced towards Tian. The corners of Tian's mouth rose. The heaven-severing sword appeared in his hand, and the sword intent of his whole body whistled out, diffusing thousands of meters away. Everyone in the entire arena could feel the incomparably fierce sword intent. One sword overturning the knight. Tian did not dodge. He fiercely stabbed out with his sword, and the power of the sword intent broke out. There was a roar of thunder in the air, and golden lightning appeared in the air, dazzling. Boom! The thunderbolt's sword intent confronted the giant black flaming snake. There was a loud noise in the air, and endless waves of air rolled up. The bluestone on the arena was crushed, and in an instant, gravel flew everywhere. These two people are so strong. The hearts of the crowd trembled secretly. Tian and Mo, you were very strong. So strong that people forgot that they were only about 20 years old. In the first move, the two figures retreated at the same time. Tian took 5 steps back, while Mou only took 1 step back. Obviously, Mou's strength was much stronger than Tian's. There was a gap of 6 levels between the two, and in the Divine Will realm, the perception of each level was like the difference between heaven and earth. Very good. You could take one of my blows. Mou smiled coldly, and his handsome face became ferocious. The killing intent of his whole body became more intense, and the black flames around his body became more violent. Tian's eyes slightly narrowed as he stared at Mou. The latter's strength was indeed strong enough, and he was a good opponent. Chapter 676. Although it was only one move, Tian could feel that Mou not only had a strong attack, but his defense was also amazing. The ravenous wolf snake flame spear erupted with a strong power in his hands. Mou's eyes became even colder, and a cold smile hung on the corner of his mouth. This battle was not only a battle of life and death, but also a battle to prove himself to Mou. He must kill Tian and prove to the world that he, Mou, was the real #1 genius. Die! With an obsession in his heart, Mou roared and took a step forward. The entire martial arts arena shook violently. A violent power gushed out of his body, as if there was an unparalleled wild beast running wildly, fierce and violent. Swish! The ravenous wolf snake flame spear wildly slashed down, and a black flame cut through the void, as if to split the sky. The scorching waves in the air were pushed to both sides, and the terrifying black light fell down, pressing down on Tian. What a powerful momentum! The crowd's eyes trembled. The momentum released by Mou's attack was overwhelming, like a hurricane blowing from all directions, unyielding and valiant. Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. He could not avoid this kind of attack, so he could only face it head-on. Heaven-piercing sword. An indifferent voice sounded. Tian was not in a hurry. The heaven-piercing sword was unleashed. The 3 sword wills merged, and a soaring momentum broke out. The divine wheel sword reappeared and slashed out. The void suddenly began to shake violently, as if it was about to shatter. Boom! It was another head-on confrontation. The rolling waves of chi scattered in all directions, impacting the space of the martial arts arena, making a fierce whistling sound. The crowd was shocked, and their eyes turned from blazing to blurred. No one thought that this battle would be so terrifying. Above the sky pavilion, the 4 clan heads watched the battle below with burning eyes, not daring to relax in the slightest. Especially Tang Hao and Mo Zhaojing. Their eyes were almost round, and their expressions had become stupefied. Tian and Mo, you were the most important people to both of them. Since it was a life and death battle, they could not be the slightest bit negligent. On the martial arena, the two figures separated once more. Mou's eyes were bloodshot, and his breathing became rapid. He viciously stared at Nietian, wishing he could tear the latter apart alive. Nietian was still calm and indifferent, without the slightest bit of emotion. Facing Mou's two moves head-on, Nietian's heart was slightly shocked. It was only at this moment that he realized how terrifying a ninth-tier divine, ancient martial art practitioner was. Every time they collided, he would feel his heart and soul tremble. Even his 9 dragon-shaped vital meridians were slightly unstable. Mou was different from Long Tu, Yu Tianjin, and others. His strength was solid, and he also had the greedy wolf snake flame spear in his hand, which made him very difficult to deal with. Nietian, I will let you know that in front of me, you will always be an ant that I can step on whenever I want. Mou failed to kill Nietian with 2 moves, not even injuring him, which made him furious. He roared wildly, and the momentum of his whole body soared again. In the void, the bloody and violent atmosphere became more and more intense. A phantom of a giant black bird appeared around Mou's body. It was his original spirit, the profound feather owl. Previously, when he was fighting against Rushi, Mou had used the profound feather owl. Unfortunately, the profound feather owl was suppressed by the 9 heaven divine phoenix to the point that it could not even lift its head. Now, he used the giant spirit true body again in order to enhance his combat strength and completely kill Nietian. He thought that Rushi's original spirit was powerful, but Nietian's original spirit might not necessarily be strong. After all, the profound feather owl was a 7th-tier original spirit, which was definitely at the peak of the 3,000 small worlds. Unfortunately, Mou was completely wrong. Nietian's original spirit was even more terrifying than Rushi's 9 heaven divine phoenix. Elo, the profound feather owl gradually solidified, and its huge black body appeared, releasing a terrifying, oppressive aura. At this time, Mou's giant spirit true body became even more terrifying. It was 100 meters in size, and its wings were more than 300 meters wide. Its sharp eagle claws were like steel blades, releasing a terrifying cold light. So strong. When the crowd saw this scene, their hearts trembled violently. Even though they were separated by thousands of meters, the terrifying aura of the profound feather owl still made people feel suffocated, and their breathing became difficult. Mou used the giant spirit true body, obviously to fight to the death with Nietian. Can't hold it in so soon. Nietian smiled slightly. Not only was he not afraid, but the corners of his mouth raised into a faint smile. He murmured, "Since you want to use the giant spirit true body, then I will accompany you to fight. Anyway, the 9th level Chaos Beast hasn't come out for a long time. It's good to play with you." Roar! The faint voice fell, and immediately there was a loud roar that shook the heaven and earth. Behind Nietian, a red beast hundreds of meters in size appeared. It was Nietian's primordial spirit, the 9th level Chaos Beast. At this time, the 9th level Chaos Beast's body was huge, like a mountain, majestic and dignified. What a terrifying primordial spirit. The moment the 9th level Chaos Beast appeared, everyone's eyes became dull, and the shock in their hearts was shown on their faces. The 9th level Chaos Beast released a mysterious and powerful aura. It was incomparably domineering, and the momentum of a king made people kneel down and worship it. Mou felt the terrifying oppression released by the 9th level Chaos Beast, and his face turned pale. He didn't expect that Nietian's primordial spirit was so abnormal. It seemed to be more terrifying than the 9th heaven divine phoenix. Originally, he thought that he could kill Nietian with the advantage of his primordial spirit, but he didn't expect that the latter's primordial spirit was 100 times more tyrannical than his. The 9th level Chaos Beast was a peerless primordial spirit that surpassed a 9th stage supremacy. How could a mere black feather owl be compared to it? The black feather owl felt the oppression from the ninth-level chaos beast's aura and couldn't help but lower its head again, not daring to look at it. In the near-heaven pavilion, when the four family heads saw Nietion's giant spirit true body, their expressions froze again. The four of them were already the peak of the 3,000 small worlds. They had seen countless primordial spirits in their lives, but none of them could compare to the ninth-level chaos beast in front of them. This kind of oppression from a primordial spirit was simply unreasonable. Tang Hao's eyes were blurred. He saw the shadow of the ninth-level chaos beast on the body of the ninth-level chaos beast, and he was extremely shocked. He could feel that the ninth-level chaos beast was even more terrifying than the ninth-level chaos beast. In his previous life, Nietion relied on the ninth-level chaos beast to dominate the heaven realm. In this life, he had awakened an even more powerful primordial spirit. He really didn't know how powerful he would be. Black Feather Owl, kill him. On the arena, Emoyu was completely enraged. He roared and actually really fought with Nietion using the giant spirit true body. The Nine Heavens Divine Phoenix was the king of all birds, and it had an absolute suppression on the Black Feather Owl. However, the ninth-level Chaos Beast suppression on the Black Jade Owl wasn't that strong, so the Black Feather Owl could still burst out with battle intent. Roar! The Black Feather Owl screeched and rushed up into the sky. Then it swooped down. Its claws were like steel, and it clawed down fiercely. Suddenly, countless white sharp blades appeared in the sky, and like a sky full of arrows, they fell down violently. You're courting death. Nie Tianling smiled coldly and took a step forward. The ninth-level Chaos Beast looked up to the sky and roared, and the void space trembled. Chapter 677. The nine-extreme Chaos Beast spread its wings and roared at the sky. It had a monstrous battle intent and was wild and terrifying. It was like a peerless emperor from the ancient world. Every piece of flesh and blood contained extremely terrifying power that could tear everything apart. So powerful, the eyes of the crowd were trembling. It was as if there was a flame burning in their hearts. The atmosphere of the entire martial arts arena was stirred up. Everyone felt their blood boiling, rolling, and surging in their bodies. The nine-extreme Chaos Beast was too powerful. Its surging aura was like the sea and heavy like a mountain. It could almost destroy everything. It made people involuntarily feel a sense of worship. Ow! In the void, the Blackwing Owl felt the vast and peerless aura on the ground. Its bell-like eyes suddenly froze, and it let out a shrill cry. Its huge body stiffened. This was a kind of natural reverence for the strong. It was difficult to resist. It was as if its whole soul was trembling. Disobedient beast, kill it. Emoyu was completely crazy at this moment. He roared violently. He did not care about anything and let the Blackwing Owl charge straight down. The hostility in the Blackwing Owl's eyes intensified. Although it was afraid, it became wilder. It flapped its wings fiercely. Endless black gas turned into thousands of sharp blades, whistling down and covering the sky and earth. Roar! The nine-extreme Chaos Beast was enraged. It roared at the sky. Thunder shook, and its four hooves stomped fiercely. The entire martial arts arena roared and shook greatly, almost collapsing. The ninth-level Chaos Beast's wings flapped violently, and immediately a strong wind started to blow. A violent wave of air roared out, and a raging storm was set off on the ground, spreading in all directions. Everyone could not help but retreat. Bang, bang, bang. The wind blades that fell from the void bombarded the huge body of the nine-extreme Chaos Beast like sharp arrows. However, they did not cause any damage. They could not even penetrate the skin and flesh. Swoosh! The huge body of the nine-extreme Chaos Beast flew up against the wind. Its huge claws waved and began to fight back. Emoyu had completely gone crazy. The black feathers of the Black Feather Owl all stood up like pieces of steel knives, releasing a cold aura. In the void, the figures of the two giant beasts were getting closer and closer. They were about to collide. This scene was extremely shocking. All eyes stared unblinkingly at the void, afraid to miss any exciting moment. In the near heaven pavilion, the four patriarchs held their breaths, not daring to even breathe loudly. Mo Zhaojing's eyes were burning with viciousness. It seemed that he was not worried about Mou. High up in the sky, the two huge figures were getting closer and closer. 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters. Just as the 9 extreme chaos beast and the blackwing owl eagle were about to collide, something strange happened. Swoosh! The blackwing owl eagle's body shuddered. Suddenly, countless black thorns protruded out and covered its entire body. They were like black swords, incomparably sharp and gleaming with a cold light. The sudden scene caused Tian's eyes to narrow. The protrusions on the body of the blackwing owl were like sword armor. It was extremely strange. Moreover, the aura of the sword armor was slightly different from the aura of the blackwing owl. It was heavier and more ferocious. The blackwing owl seemed to have undergone some kind of mutation and was even more terrifying than before. In fact, Tian had felt that the aura of the blackwing owl eagle had some strange changes before, but he thought that it was the result of Mou's improvement in strength. He did not expect that it was actually a mutation, but at this time, Tian was already like an arrow on the bowstring, and he had no choice but to release it. He must not retreat and could only charge forward bravely. Boom! In the next instant, under the gaze of countless eyes, the two figures collided together. There was a sudden sound in the void, and the space shook violently, as if it was going to collapse at any time. The 9 extreme chaos beasts' huge claws waved down, which was enough to cut mountains and rivers. However, when it bombarded the black sword armor on the body of the blackwing owl eagle, it encountered a strong obstruction and could not advance even an inch. Ha ha ha! Under the earth-shattering collision, the space trembled violently, and Mou's sinister laughter sounded in the void. Tian, you have been fooled. Do you really think that my primordial spirit only has this strength? You are really ridiculously naive. Today, I will let you see the power of the blackwing sword armor. The sinister laughter resounded in the air, and Mou was already excited to the point of madness. Tian frowned slightly, as if he saw a huge black tortoise phantom on the body of the blackwing owl eagle. It was vague and very blurry. Roar! Boom! At this time, the 9 extreme chaos beast was furious, and it slammed its claws down again, bombarding the blackwing sword armor, but it still could not break the defense of the sword armor. You want to hurt me with this little strength? Wishful thinking. Mou shouted angrily, and the aura of the blackwing owl eagle suddenly soared, and the sword armor wrapped around its body burst out, like a sky full of sharp swords, whistling fiercely. The 9 extreme chaos beast and the blackwing owl eagle were completely in close combat. In such a close situation, it was impossible to avoid the attack. Bang! 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 The sword armor bombarded the body of the 9 extreme chaos beast, making a dull and terrifying loud sound. Piece by piece, it penetrated deep into the flesh, and suddenly, the 9 extreme chaos beast body became a bloody mess. Above the void, large pieces of flesh and blood fell, and blood poured down like a torrential rain. Roar! The 9 extreme chaos beast felt pain all over its body, and it roared into the sky, and the smell of blood filled the air. Looking at the tragic scene in the sky, everyone was moved. Who would have thought that Mou actually had a backup plan? Tian's eyes narrowed, and the 9 extreme chaos beast flapped its wings and retreated. He stomped his feet fiercely, and his figure appeared on the shoulder of the 9 extreme chaos beast. He said softly, "Little 9, are you okay?" The 9 extreme chaos beast's head shook, indicating that it was fine. Little 9 looked like it was dripping with blood, and it seemed to be seriously injured, but in fact it was only a flesh wound. The blackwing owl's primordial spirit was a little strange, as if it had undergone some kind of terrifying mutation, and it had become a half-bird, half-beast primordial spirit. Nietian had just sensed that the Blackwing Owl Eagle's body was covered by a layer of Black Tortoise's shadow, and it was this layer of shadow that made its defense abnormally shocking, and even the 9 extreme Chaos Beast could not break it. What exactly happened to MOU's body? Why is the aura of that Black Tortoise shadow so familiar? It seems like Nietian thought, and a name suddenly appeared in his mind. Mo clan's great elder, Mo Xing. That's right, Nietian felt Mo Xing's aura from Mou's body. He had seen Mo Xing fight before, so he remembered the latter's aura. At this time, Mou's figure flashed, and he stood on the Blackwing Owl Eagle, staring at Nietian with a venomous gaze. He laughed and said mockingly, "Nietian, is this your strength? Your primordial spirit is a mess." Chapter 678. Mou felt the disdain in Nietian's eyes. His body trembled, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Mystic jade sword armor is my strength." "Your strength?" Nietian sneered and said indifferently, "Let me see the strength of Mo Xing. You can raise your strength to the 9th tier of the divine wheel in a few days. You must have used some unorthodox means. Mo Xing passed on his own strength to you, but he is already dead. Relying on other people's strength to show off here. You Mou really have great ability. You must have used some secret method to raise his strength to the 9th tier of the divine wheel in a few days." Nietian once heard that there was a secret method in the world called enlightenment, which allowed warriors to directly inject their origin energy into other warriors. Mou's strength increased too fast, unless he ate a 9th tier spiritual pill. Unfortunately, 9th tier spiritual pills were rare in the heaven realm and the god realm. They could not exist in the 3,000 small worlds. Therefore, you must have used a secret method to increase his strength. Nietian's guess was completely correct, but what he did not know was that when Mo Xing was enlightening Mou, an accident happened. The attributes of the two origin spirits were similar, and a wonderful fusion occurred. Mo Xing's origin spirit was the sword armor Black Tortoise, while Mou's origin spirit was the dark feather owl. The fusion of the two origin spirits formed the current strange origin spirit of Mou. If the mystic feather sword armor was Mou's own strength, he would not have lost to Mo Rushi so miserably. After the fusion of the sword armor Black Tortoise and the dark feather owl, they had the power of two origin spirits at the same time, which was very strange. It was precisely because of this that Mou dared to compete with Nietian's origin spirit. "Nietian, no matter how I obtain my strength, it has nothing to do with you. I only know that you are no match for me now. I can kill you right away. What can you do?" Mou was poked at by Nietian. He roared wildly, and his eyes were full of killing intent. "I am no match for you." Nietian laughed instead of getting angry. A strange look flashed in his eyes as he said indifferently, "Is that so?" "Yes." Mou almost squeezed out a word from the gap between his teeth. He gritted his teeth and said, "Nietian, you are just a ways from a third-rate city. I want you to know that you will always be an ant in front of me, in the past and in the present. I can trample you to death whenever I want to. So what if you're a red-robed elder now? An ant will always be an ant and will never be able to defy the heavens." With an overbearing voice, Mou sneered arrogantly. "Chi!" The corner of Nietian's mouth twitched as he sneered and said, "Mou, in your eyes, people of humble birth can only be ants, and only people of noble birth can be considered real people, right? So what if I am?" Mou roared furiously. In his opinion, Nietian and Mo Rushi were both lowly people who should not have appeared together with him. However, these two people had repeatedly taken away his things, so how could he not be angry? "So what if I am?" Nietian clenched his fists, and the momentum of his whole body surged out. The corners of his mouth pulled up into an extremely cold smile as he said word by word, "Yes, you have to die." People like Mo had a high and mighty appearance all day long, as if the whole world owed him something. In front of him, others could only pretend to be grandsons, could only be ants, could only be dogs wagging their tails and begging for pity. Who made this rule? In his previous life, under Nyetion's command, there were many people of humble birth, but all of them were famous generals who guarded one side. He often said to his subordinates, "People can be born lowly, but they must not live lowly. People live only one life, and their lofty and unyielding character will last forever." If one could not even keep the arrogance in their heart, what was the difference between that person and a salted fish? Arrogant. Mou was thoroughly enraged and roared wildly. The sword armor of the black feather owl eagle stood up like a hen with its feathers standing on end. The black feather owl eagle's huge wings shook, and its huge body rushed over. An even more powerful momentum suddenly broke out. Courting death. The corners of Nyetion's mouth twitched, and he spat out 2 words coldly. The huge body of the 9 extreme chaos beast shook, and a layer of dark blue light appeared. At the same time, there was also a dark golden light surging out like a strange electric current flowing around its body. The dark golden light surged, and the wounds on the surface of the 9 extreme chaos beast body actually healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sure enough, the 9-star Dragon Meridian body is still useful for the 9 extreme chaos beast. Nyetion was ecstatic. He had just tried to use the dragon-shaped essence meridian in his body to heal the 9 extreme chaos beast, and it was really effective. At the same time, the domain origin array in Nyetion's body began to operate crazily, and the power of 30 billion stars surged out, forming a layer of glittering starlight shield on the body of the 9 extreme chaos beast. Just now, Nyetion looked down on Mou, which caused the 9 extreme chaos beast to be injured. This time, he went all out, and he must beat Mou until he could not raise his head. "Nyetion, you are an ant, only worthy of being trampled by me." Mou roared again and again, and the sword armor on the body of the Blackwing Owl Eagle covered the sky and rushed down. The surrounding space was tightened, and the air surged with violent undercurrents. Is Mou crazy? When the crowd saw this scene, their hearts trembled. Mou was fighting with no regard for his life. It seemed that he really hated Nyetion. Countless sword armor whistled out, setting off a monstrous aura in the air, like rolling dark clouds, pressing down on Nyetion. Nyetion's fighting spirit was wild. Even if Mou's primordial spirit was a mutated primordial spirit, he was not afraid at all. Roar! The 9 extreme chaos beast roared, and invisible sound waves surged into space, shaking heaven and earth. The 9 extreme chaos beast, a supreme primordial spirit, at this moment, a terrifying power completely erupted. Boom! In the void above, the 9th level chaos beast flapped its wings and closed them suddenly. Suddenly, a blinding crimson light whizzed out. It was like a terrifying, blood-colored giant sword, as though it was going to cut through the void and crush everything. Boom! The dark, cloud-like black sword armor and the blood-colored giant sword bombarded together, and a terrible, loud sound broke out. The power of the blood-colored giant sword was so terrifying that it directly tore the endless dark cloud sword armor, and countless sword armors collapsed in an instant. So terrifying. When the crowd saw the tragic scene in the air, their eyes widened, and many people were so shocked that their expressions were numb. The power of the 9 extreme chaos beast was too strong. Even the mutated Blackwing Owl Eagle still could not compete with it. The domineering majesty of a peerless emperor could not be blasphemed. Boom! In the next moment, an incomparably bloody scene appeared. The blood-colored giant sword broke through the layers of dark cloud sword armor and directly attacked, directly bombarding one of the Blackwing Owl Eagle's eyes. Puff! The sound of flesh being pierced sounded. The Blackwing Owl Eagle's eyeball was blown up, and half of its head was directly cut off. Suddenly, the sky was full of blood, dripping with blood. At the same time, Mou's eyeball also exploded, and half of his face was covered in blood. Then, the sudden pain made him let out a heart-wrenching howl. He never thought that the mutated Blackwing Owl primordial spirit, which he was so proud of, was so vulnerable in front of the 9 extreme chaos beast. Chapter 679. In the void, half of Mou's face was badly mutilated, and half of his body was stained red with blood. He could not stop trembling. In this battle, he had made a fatal mistake, which was to compete with Nietian in terms of primordial spirit. The 9th level Chaos Beast was a terrifying primordial spirit that made all living creatures surrender. How could the primordial spirit of the Xuanyu Owl be comparable to it? Even if the Xuanyu Owl had mutated, it was far from being able to compete with it. Mou covered half of his face, and his only remaining eye showed great horror. At this moment, he felt the most real breath of death. In midair, the huge body of the 9th level Chaos Beast was like a mountain rolling over. The extremely violent power burst out, shaking heaven and earth, and changing the color of the wind and clouds. The Blackwing Owl's body stiffened. It was like a little bird in a storm, unable to retaliate at all. And just as the 9th level Chaos Beast was about to attack, something strange happened. "Stop it!" High up in the sky, a furious voice sounded, and a figure as fast as lightning leaped into the air. The rolling momentum filled the air, and the void shook. Lord Mo Zhaojing. The hearts of the crowd trembled violently. When they saw the face of the figure in the air, they all screamed. At this critical moment, the person who made a move was none other than Mo Zhaojing, the head of the Mo family. Mo Zhaojing never thought that Mou would be defeated by Nietian, and so quickly. Even though Mou, a warrior in the 9th tier of the Divine Wheel, was at least much stronger than an ordinary 8th tier warrior. Coupled with the mutation of his primordial spirit, he should be even more powerful. How could he be defeated so quickly and so thoroughly in front of Nietian? Mou did not even have the strength to fight back against the giant spirit real body. How powerful was Nietian's primordial spirit? Mo Zhaojing did not know that Nietian had killed Yumi Xian, who was not much weaker than Mou a few days ago. In fact, if Mou had not chosen to use the giant spirit real body, this battle would have been worth watching. At least he would not have been defeated so quickly. However, he insisted on fighting Nietian's primordial spirit, which was simply courting death. Mo Zhaojing directly intervened in the life and death duel between Nietian and Mou, which was obviously against the rules, but he couldn't care less. He absolutely couldn't watch his son die tragically. As for Mo Zhaojing's sudden attack, Nietian had already expected it. He knew that Mo Zhaojing would make a move at the most critical moment, so he was already prepared. "Corpse Luo, get ready to devour the Darkwing Owl," Nie Tianling said indifferently, but his eyes were locked on Mou. He took a step forward, leaped into the air, and slashed down with his sword. A huge sword intent instantly condensed, and the brilliance of the sword bloomed. 100-meter-long sword shadow, which was like a substance, slashed towards Mou. "Father, save me." Mou was so scared that his little face turned pale. He desperately shouted, "Don't kill him." When Mo Zhaojing saw that Nietian had actually attacked Mou directly, he roared in anger. His figure became even faster, and his whole body's aura was released as he slammed his palm down. "Corpse Luo, this is the time." Nietian saw that Mo Zhaojing had already made his move and roared, "Yes." The Corpse Luo Demon King smiled and jumped out of the chaotic original coffin. He turned into a black light and directly attacked the Darkwing Owl. Under the pressure of the 9th extreme Chaos Beast, the Darkwing Owl's body was restrained and could not move. The Corpse Luo Demon King's fangs were sharp, and his small body directly drilled into the Darkwing Owl's body. "Awoo!" In an instant, endless black gas gushed out of the Darkwing Owl's body, forming an invisible giant net in the blink of an eye. The sharp pain that struck its whole body made the Darkwing Owl let out a mournful cry. What happened? When the crowd saw this scene, their eyes trembled and their faces were stunned. How could the Darkwing Owl suddenly lose control? A mutated primordial spirit must taste very good. Ha ha. The Corpse Luo Demon King laughed. This was the first time he had tasted a mutated primordial spirit, and it must be delicious. The next moment, the giant black net that wrapped around the Darkwing Owl suddenly tightened. The Darkwing Owl let out a heart-wrenching scream, and the air was filled with an abnormal smell of blood. The Darkwing Owl's body was tightened at an extremely fast speed, and in just a blink of an eye, it completely disappeared, leaving no flesh and blood. Immediately after, a cloud of black gas spread out, and its body gradually solidified. It was actually a fat rat that was hundreds of meters long. Burp! The huge rat seemed to be full, and it burped loudly in front of everyone. Immediately after, its body shook, and it quickly shrank. Then, it turned into a cloud of black gas and disappeared directly. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, and there was no time for people to react at all. All of this was too strange. Such a huge primordial spirit disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was simply inconceivable. Everyone looked at the sky dumbfoundedly, and they had no idea what had happened. The corner of Nietion's mouth twitched. This was the second time he saw this spirit-devouring rat devouring the primordial spirit, and he had adapted a little. Boom! At the same time, there was a loud explosion in the sky, and Nietion's sword and Mo Zhaojing's palm collided with a loud bang. The endless airwaves dissipated into nothing, and Mo Zhaojing saved Mou's life. Unfortunately, he couldn't save Mou's primordial spirit. Mou, who had lost his primordial spirit, directly fell from the peak of the spirit wheel realm to the primordial meridian realm. This was a fall from heaven to hell, and with Mou's proud nature, he certainly couldn't bear it. He had always boasted that he was a peerless genius, but now that he had lost his primordial spirit, he could only be a good-for-nothing. All of this was part of Nietion's plan. His sword just now was just to lure Mo Zhaojing to attack. The real killing move was to let the corpse Luo devour Mou's primordial spirit. Letting Mou lose his primordial spirit was crueler than killing him. The corpse Luo demon lord immediately returned to the chaotic original coffin after devouring the Xuanyu Owl. Mou is a 9th-tier spirit wheel realm warrior. After devouring the Xuanyu Owl, the corpse Luo demon lord's strength would usher in a qualitative leap. As long as he was given a month, he would be able to completely refine the power of the Xuanyu Owl. At that time, his combat power would definitely be comparable to that of a peak spirit wheel realm warrior. This was good news for both Nietion and the corpse Luo demon lord. Nietion's figure stood in midair. The 9th-level chaos beast disappeared. He looked at Mo Zhaojing and Mou with a cold expression. Mou looked at Nietion with a dull expression. His whole person became silly and didn't respond for a long time. Are you okay? Mo Zhaojing roared. A wave of primordial force gushed out of his palm and entered Mou's body. Nietion, what did you do to my primordial spirit? Mou reacted after a long while. Ignoring the sharp pain on one side of his face, he trembled and roared. Nietion looked at Mou indifferently. The corner of his mouth twitched coldly and said, "Your primordial spirit was destroyed by me." The reason why Nietion didn't say that it was devoured was because he was afraid that this statement would be too shocking. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. With his primordial spirit destroyed, Mou completely lost control and roared. He no longer looked like a genius and was like a shrew. Chapter 680. Mo Zhaojing was furious. His entire body was filled with murderous intent. He wished he could tear Nietion into pieces. Nietion smiled faintly and said coldly, "I have already said that I destroyed his primordial spirit. Since he has had enough of being a genius, let him be a cripple in his next life. You're courting death." Mo Zhaojing had already sensed that Mou's strength had regressed to the elemental meridian realm. Now that he received confirmation from Nietion, he was extremely furious. A vast and mighty aura gushed out. In the void, a mighty force surged and turned into a monstrous wave that rushed toward Nietion. Mo Zhaojing was a peak spirit wheel expert. His strength was far greater than Mou's. With one move, his aura surged and the void shook. "You dare!" At this moment, a voice sounded in the void. A figure descended, and with a wave of his hand, a vigorous and mighty force descended. In the next moment, the void shook violently. After the two enormous forces collided with each other, they disappeared without a trace. Tang Hao's figure suddenly descended and stood beside Nie Tian. He looked at Mo Zhaojing with a gloomy gaze and said coldly, "Brother Mo, you have already said that between Mou and Sir Nie Tian, it will be a life and death duel. Now that you are openly interfering, are you going to go back on your words in front of the world?" Tang Hao's reappearance made Mo Zhaojing gnash his teeth in hatred. His face was so gloomy that it was dripping blood. His eyes were red, and it was obvious that he was extremely furious. He roared crazily. "So what if I go back on my words? He crippled my son. I want him dead." As the word dead fell, Mo Zhaojing's throat became hoarse. From his point of view, even if he killed Nie Tian, it would not be enough to dispel the hatred in his heart. "Brother Mo, you are the head of one of the 4 big aristocratic families. You have to watch your words." Tang Hao's face also became gloomy. His voice revealed a strong sense of threat. "Watch my words," Mo Zhaojing shouted wildly. His face became sinister. He pointed at Nie Tian and roared, "Just now, he also broke the rules of the martial meet. Why didn't you tell him to watch his words? My son, Mou, was crippled. Today I must kill him." Indeed, Nie Tian had broken the rules of the martial meet just now. However, Tang Hao had to pay a huge price for this. He had to give the 3 first-rate empires controlled by the Tang family to the Mo, Gu, and Xiu families. Only then did the patriarchs of the 3 families agree to allow Nie Tian to continue participating in the martial meet. Moreover, Mo Zhaojing had personally agreed to let Nie Tian continue to participate in the martial meet. Even the life and death duel between Nie Tian and Mou was proposed by him. Yet, at this time, he actually wanted to go back on his words. At this moment, Gu Xuanmiao and Xiu Shinfeng also appeared and stood behind Tang Hao. Obviously, they had chosen to support Tang Hao. At this moment, the whole world was watching. As the head of the family, it was indeed unwise for Mo Zhaojing to go back on his words. The Mo clan's position as one of the 4 great families could be in jeopardy because of this action of his. "As long as I'm here, don't even think about harming a hair on Lord Nie Tian's head." Tang Hao no longer tried to persuade him. His face became even more gloomy and cold. Gu Xuanmiao and Xiu Shenfeng frowned and looked at Nie Tian strangely. Who was Nie Tian? He actually had Tang Hao protect him time and time again. What was even stranger was that Tang Hao's way of addressing him was very interesting. He kept calling him Lord Nie Tian. This was obviously a respectful way of addressing him. Could it be that Tang Hao thought that Nie Tian was stronger than him? At this time, the crowd looked at the sky. The whole arena was boiling. Tang Hao and Mo Zhaojing were facing each other. An earth-shattering battle was on the verge of breaking out. Mo Zhaojing's face was ferocious. The muscles on his face were trembling. His eyes suddenly flashed with a strange expression. He roared, "Mo Feng! Mo Feng!" Nie Tian was slightly startled. Why did Mo Zhaojing call Mo Feng at this time? Mo Feng was just an outer sect elder of the Mo family. What could he do? "Lord Patriarch!" A familiar voice sounded. A figure appeared. It was the Mo clan outer sect elder, Mo Feng. And behind Mo Feng, there were 2 black-clothed martial artists. Seeing Mo Feng again, Nie Tian's heart suddenly sank. He felt that something bad was going to happen. "Nie Tian, long time no see." Mo Feng smiled coldly. As he spoke, his body flashed. "I brought you a small gift. I don't know if you like it." Just as Mo Feng's body flashed, Nie Tian saw the scene in front of him. His whole body instantly stiffened. There were 2 black-clothed people behind Mo Feng. One of them was carrying an unconscious little girl. It was Nie Yuro. Mo Zhaojing had captured Nie Yuro. Mo Zhaojing had once said that to win chess, one didn't have to win on the chessboard. One could also win outside of the chessboard. The battle between Nie Tian and Mou was on the chessboard. Capturing Nie Yuro was outside of the chessboard. But unfortunately, Mo Zhaojing didn't have time to reveal his chess piece outside of the chessboard before Mo Yu was crippled by Nie Tian. If he had known that Mo Yu would lose so quickly, Mo Zhaojing would have revealed Nie Euro a long time ago. Obviously, all of this was premeditated by Mo Zhaojing. This time, no matter what method he used, he must eliminate Nie Tian. Ninth sister. Nie Tian's face stiffened for a few seconds. His chest began to heave up and down violently. Both of his eyes became crimson. He could only inhale without exhale. There was a huge volcano suppressed in his heart that was about to erupt at any time. He had never thought that Mo Zhaojing would be so shameless. One of the dignified patriarchs of the four big families would kidnap a 10-year-old little girl. When the crowd saw the scene in front of them, their hearts trembled violently. The anger in their hearts rose wildly. Was the person in front of them really Mo Zhaojing? Was this still the patriarch of the four big families? In order to deal with Nie Tian, Mo Zhaojing was really unscrupulous. He was despicable to the point where there was no bottom line. Humph. Mo Zhaojing felt Nie Tian's anger, but he smiled sinisterly and said, Nie Tian, you want to fight with me? You're still far from it. Even if you have the Tang family and the Alchemist Guild behind you. So what? I'd like to see what kind of price you're willing to pay for your sister. Brother Mo, you've gone too far. Let that girl go. Tang Hao immediately understood, and his face became completely gloomy. Patriarch Mo, let the little girl go, and everything can be discussed, Gu Xuanmiao and Xiao Shenfeng also said. Mo Zhaojing's actions not only damaged the reputation of the Mo family, but also the reputation of the four big families. The dignified four big families had actually fallen to the point of kidnapping a little girl. What would the people of the 3,000 small worlds think of this? At this moment, Nie Tian's eyes were bloodshot. He stared fiercely at Mo Zhaojing and said word by word, Mo Zhaojing, if you dare to hurt her, I will definitely slaughter the entire Mo family. The gloomy voice carried extreme anger. Nie Tian was like a god of death from hell. His entire body was filled with an extremely cold, killing intent. Mo Zhaojing frowned slightly, then laughed coldly and said disdainfully, Ignorant child, don't you think it's funny to use your strength to threaten me? Even if Nie Tian's current strength was very strange, in Mo Zhaojing's eyes, it was not enough to threaten him. I can't do it, but Tang Hao can. Nie Tian roared furiously, almost going crazy. Tang Hao. Mo Zhaojing was stunned again and turned his gaze towards Tang Hao.